Good morning.
It's Friday. We did
It's
this.
Friday. We done made it, Miss Simone.
Another productive week, Miss Joni.
A
Okay. We
very productive, exciting week.
good.
How you feeling this morning?
Miss Joni, I'm tired. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm like, Jesus, you do what you do, okay? Do what only you can do. I'm I'm gonna bring my smile. I'm gonna I need you to fill in the gap, okay?
Yeah, man, listen, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. It's been a tough week, man. And we've been rolling.
And that's the best part too that I love about it. Like even when we're we persist, you still have heat for today's session. I'm like, today we're gonna talk about how to define success on your own terms. Then we got Mr. Wesley, we got Miss Mo with the heat, Miss Kaitlyn with all the packets. I'm like, where was she when I was in high school taking
Right?
that?
Yo, she getting people on grade level, yo. You going from your third grade level up to where you supposed to be in the 10th grade. yo,
Stop talking about babies, not third
yo,
grade.
for real, yo, she getting us right, man. She is getting us all the way right. And did you see Miss Mo session yesterday? How they had me in the casket?
I was trying to figure out what was going on. I was like trying to catch up while I was on my meeting. I'm like, y'all leave Miss Mo alone. Leave.
No, tell Miss Mo leave us alone. Yo,
Are
that was
y'all
like,
meditating?
yeah, something like that, I think.
Or what? Why? What was so funny?
Because while Miss Mo was asleep, the kids was blowing up the comment section. So I had to push mute because I was laughing so hard. I ain't want to wake her up. So I had to push mute. And they was just in there wilding. They was in there geeking. So when she
I already
finally
know.
woke up and saw those comments, it was just a mess.
Oh my goodness. Look, that's what meditation is for. Some people sleep, some people get
I
up and
know.
laugh, but
I
everyone
know.
left feeling okay.
Yeah, it was good though. It was good though. Hey y'all, good morning. Good morning, DJ. Good morning, Taylor. We see y'all. Man, so what we got today, Miss Simone? You said we got something extra nice.
Yeah, I'm really excited. So I was thinking, I was like, I want us to talk about how to define success on your own terms because I love when you say that, Mr. Like everyone else will try to tell you what success is, what success means, but like if you don't know your why, we can't reiterate that enough. What's your why? What does success mean
Yes.
to you? I would hate for you to be chasing this goal and you get there and you don't feel fulfilled. So I was actually talking to one of my good friends, Zoe, this weekend about it because she's a third year medical student and
Mm,
like people medicine doctor and she loves it but she's like still like what else like what does success mean to me like now I have
yeah.
this title, I have this money and the same thing I told you that I'm going to get my PhD. How do I stay grounded and remember like it's not what the world tells me what's successful, like what do I personally think success is because I don't want to be chasing after anybody else's definition. I want to feel filled up, and I feel like you
Yes.
a lot too, Miss Joni. Like, everyone try what is this? And every time you say, oh, if you look at my resume, I'm like, yes, we should put it up. Look at my resume and then look at my work and see
Ah,
how it's
hey, the biggest gap you ever want to see.
I'm telling you. And so I just thought it would be good if all three of us chimed in. I have a worksheet for you guys that I did this, I think it was 2 summers ago. I did a summer program and it talked about developing a personal or professional mission statement. And I was like,
Yes.
what is that? And we kind of
This
people
on
who
point.
I think it was so good to just kind of ground me and remind me like, why do I want to do this work? Why do I want to get my like it asks you questions about like when you're in a professional or academic setting, what are some of the things that make you feel filled up? Like be real with yourself. If you don't need to be out in the front and all that stuff, maybe like that's okay. Like if one person, you change one person's life, that is impactful. But you have to be real with yourself. Do you want to change one person? Do you want to change a lot? Because that kind of helps to guide you and grow you. Zoe,
Yeah. Hey, Zoe.
Hello, can you hear me?
What's up? Yeah, we can hear you.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for joining us today. Hey, y'all in the comment section. Good morning, Ma. Good morning, Marcus. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Ma. See
up
y'all.
on a Friday.
Man, yeah.
This is so good.
I'm
Well,
excited about this conversation.
Same.
It's going to be great. And I thank you both for joining me on my journey of ideas. I'm like, this is how I know I have a good circle, because I tell people what I want to do and they're like, absolutely, Simone, let's go. So heartbeats, this,
Yeah.
well, if it's positive, don't be letting people steer you. But if it's positive and people ask questions, they support you, you show them your plan and they're supportive, like that's what Miss Joni and Miss Zoe do for me. So Zoe, if you want to tell our heartbeats a little bit about who you are and your background.
Okay.
Maybe
So,
one thing.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the YouTube live so I can see it too. Yeah, so my name's Zoe. I am 25 and I'm in medical school at St. Louis University. This is my third year, almost my fourth year. And I was born in Denver, Colorado, went to undergrad in Loyola, Chicago, in the Chicago area, and then went straight from there to medical school. So biology, all of those pre-med classes and things like that have been a part of my life, but I'm also very creative. I like to dabble in just like different things. I actually got my degree in journalism, so definitely like to just try different things and see how it can add to meeting my career goals. And so now I do like for hobbies, some photography, some videography, painting, just like trying to keep busy and not all consumed with school. So that's a little bit about me.
Awesome. Yeah. Look, network, y'all.
Absolutely, for sure. I'm always open.
When you find people that are genuinely like care and want to help and give back, I'm like, you guys, come on. She's open from videography, journalism, and a doctor. And that's the thing. I feel like this is so great to like each of us. We do so many different. You can't put us in a box.
You can't.
And so y'all can tap into y'all's potential. Don't feel like you just have to be one thing. You can be an entrepreneur and a doctor and a leader and an actor. Just everything. So, Zoe, before we jump in, and Miss Joni too, I want us to all, what is one thing you would tell your teenage self about success? Or maybe like just one tip that you would tell your teenage self that you didn't know before, that you know now?
For me, it would definitely be that education is a way out of poverty. Like, even though I appreciate my journey being the way that it is, because I can relate to people who don't like school and, who don't view education as a way of poverty. I appreciate being able to relate to it, but I wish I would have known earlier and sooner, especially in those teenage years, to take school serious. And even if school, those people weren't the place for me, to still be involved in learning some type of way, whether that's being self-taught, getting mentors outside, any way that I possibly could, but really just taking education more seriously. I think I would have been a lot further, faster.
That's good.
I think that's good. I think I would say, like, there's plenty of ways to skin a cat. Like, if you have a goal and you want to get here, don't feel like this is the only way you can get here. There are different opportunities and different ways for you to get to the place that you want to be. And so just because everybody else is doing it this one way doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do it this one way. And so definitely like just with like taking a journalism degree instead of like a basic science degree, people were always like, what? No, they're not going to take you seriously, da 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 da. And actually, it probably was the thing that ended up getting me into the school that I'm at, because that's all we talked about during my interview. It was like, he was writing this essay and he wanted me to read it and tell him what he thought. And he was like, oh, this is so cool. So just know what you want to do and what your purpose is and what your end goal is, and fulfill that every step of the way. Don't try to follow someone else's blueprint that doesn't necessarily fit you.
Absolutely.
That's
Good.
good.
I feel like your differences, people at first you get nervous, but I feel like it makes you stand out even more. Oh, that's good. Okay, I'm wrestling between two, but I think this one is my, I know a lot of the times, like I really try to follow my passions and things that I'm good at. So that is like a positive, but I will find things when I'm trying to do stuff like new things, like so I wanted to be a medical doctor too, but I took AP
You
biology
can
and
still go.
I was like,
You
no, no,
still
no, no,
do
no,
it.
no. I was like, let me not play.
Join the force.
Still do it. I know I don't enjoy one bit of this. So I kind of sometimes would use that as an excuse to not like, so if I'm not good at it and it's not my passion, I'll just kind of retreat. But I wish sometimes, and I'm learning more now, that like, no, you can still, it doesn't even have to be your passion, but still be good at it. So like, you don't have to just give up. And like, even like when I was in my master's program, I was doing statistic work, but I was more of a social behavioral science, but I want to talk to people, I want to ask questions. You start putting the numbers and I'm like, gotta go. But now looking back, I'm like, Simone, that's just another challenge. Like, don't stay comfortable in your passion, things you're good at. Keep pushing through, ask for help, do the extra bit of work. Don't just block yourself, because it really was me blocking myself. I feel like now going forward, looking back, if I would have just stayed after school more, asked questions, changed my mindset about those things, not only would I be good at something else, I could also, even if I don't like it, I have to spend all my time on it, but I still could have like done a little bit better in those areas. So don't get too comfortable in your passion. Don't give up on yourself. Keep persisting, even with some of the things you don't like.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry, y'all, for my crazy cat in the background. I know y'all saw him. Those snakes are about to eat him alive, and he don't even know it. So I apologize if y'all witness a murder in my background.
Please no. The cat is just excited. Is it a girl or a boy?
He a boy and he dumb.
He's excited about the jewels we're dropping. That's what's Sit down there.
Well, it's never too late to go to medical school, Simone. Or any.
Oh no.
You didn't think about it.
Simone said, "Oh no."
Just let it marinate. Just let it marinate.
So I think through you were gonna be my doctor. That is all I need. That is all I need. Okay.
Y'all hear that though, right? If y'all want to go to medical school, y'all got the person on the line right now to start asking those type of questions to connect with. And she telling Miss Simone it ain't too late. So y'all know it ain't too late for y'all.
Absolutely. All right, y'all. So this is the professional mission statement worksheet I was telling you guys. And like I said, I thought this really helped to just put what I thought and what I wanted to be into words and like help guide me as I'm making decisions about what jobs do I want to take, what internships do I want to take, where do I want to go network at, just to maximize my time so that I feel like I'm getting closer to my goals and it's really success on my own terms. So I want y'all to kind of, me, Miss Joni, and Miss Zoe are going to be talking through this, but also if y'all want to answer in the comment sections or write these questions down and think about it with us, like I want it to be like that, interactive and things like that. So it says, think about specific actions, behaviors, habits, qualities that will have a significant and positive impact on a part of your career over the next 1 to 3 years. Include positive behaviors, character traits, and values that you consider particularly important and want to develop further. What are the principles that will guide you in your day-to-day actions and decisions? Ms. Joni, I know, preach. Your future is your now. Okay, that's something we always tell our heartbeats. Zoe, like if you want to have a goal, what are you doing day to day?
Mhm.
All right, so I'll kind of go first with some of mine and then y'all chime in too. So what do I like? What would I most like to have or slash do in my career? So I'm a people person. I need to be able to engage and interact with people day to day in my career. I like to talk, so again, that kind of goes with it. And I want my day to feel like I can just do at least one thing every day to make a difference in someone's life, whether that be to lend a listening ear, to give them a smile, to share a piece of information that they might not have known. Like if I'm not doing those kinds of things in my day to day in my career, I feel like I don't know if this is really success for me.
Mhm.
What about y'all?
For me, I would say like impact, and more so impact through other people. Like even if I'm not doing everything exactly right, or if I fumble a little bit, I know that I'm doing the right thing if I can see my message living through somebody else, which is why it makes me so happy when I see some of the kids like, go ahead and start that business, or apply to be a leader at a job, or to do something that is completely outside of their normal box. Like that lets me know that something is resonating with them, even if it don't always look or sound pretty.
Yeah, that's good, Miss Joey.
I think that's true. Like for all of us, people is a big part of like what we do, and especially like who we're helping. I definitely like emphasize wanting to be in a city where there's a lot of people who are underserved, where there's a lot of Black people, people of color, just because I want to feel like I am fulfilling the thing I came to medical school for. And that's just to help my people understand health better, understand medicine better, help save their lives if need be. And so that's definitely a part of my fulfilling and something I definitely look for when applying to places.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Heartbeats. Do y'all have anything? Put it in the comments if you do, so we can talk, and it could be all of us. But we can go to the next question.
Okay, I got a
What?
comment for answer from
Mhm.
Marcus Allen if you want me to.
Yeah,
Marcus Allen said, change the way people act for generations to come, starting with the children.
that's so good. Yes,
Powerful.
Margaret. Okay. You start with the children, you change generations. I can't wait till there's a day where we don't even have to say underserved, under resourced, low income. Just throw the words away, okay? And that's what we're
Yes.
doing today, right now, and what y'all will continue to do for generations to come.
Yes.
All
And
right.
he added on so they could live better and longer lives.
Mm, I like that. So,
I'm sorry, I get so excited. See, this is my day to day. I'm like, I'm doing the right things. This is success
Yes.
for
yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all keep putting your comments in. Good job,
Yeah,
Marcus Allen.
this is really good. Okay, what are my greatest moments of happiness and fulfillment professionally? All right, y'all. I was looking back at my answer from when I did this. I think maybe, yeah, it was 2 summers ago, right, Zoe?
Mm-hmm.
I was so mad. I'm like, Simone, really? Because I'm not gonna lie, I like completing a project, and I think it's because I was working on a research project so long, and I'm like, when are we gonna finish this? Like, I can't wait. All this hard work that I've been putting it to come to fruition, not only for me, but for the community based. Or we were evaluating one of their programs, and I'm like, well, let's do this, you know. So I think I put finishing a program, finishing something that I started, and like finally getting the recognition that I deserve for it. Because
Mm-hmm.
I think it just during that moment, I felt like I was putting in all this work, nothing was getting like really recognized or just, and in the end, it did come to pass. So I felt really fulfilled. But now looking back, especially after this past year and all this work we've been doing, I'm like, some of my greatest moments and fulfilling or hearing things like Marcus Allen talk about how he wants to change the next generation, or seeing Hyla get on here and talk about like her growth mindset and like when her and Love started their first day of college. That just, I'm like, if I don't do anything else, I don't even care. I don't care to see that they never gave up, even when we had to like go up to the school every other day. They were persistent with me, all that stuff. Now I'm like, yeah, this is why I do it. So, what about y'all?
Yeah. Well, Marcus Allen got in the comments for this one. He said, honestly, mine is completing projects that help people be the best that they can possibly be.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's,
Absolutely.
I would say for me, it's watching other people help other people and knowing that our work was responsible for that.
That's good. That's so good. Zoe?
I think for me is like, I don't know, this is a harder one for me. I think watching innovation, like watching a way that something has been done the same for years and years be changed and be changed for the better. And so I guess watching people in me myself, like stopping a pattern that's just been a tradition to something better and making it something better. And so I think that's really helpful, whether it's with people or situations or just like bureaucracy. Like it doesn't have to be this way. And I like when that happens and we figure out something new that really helps.
Absolutely. Really good. Because I can
Right.
imagine the medical profession, it's been an established system for so long and kind of the same people. So to
Mhm.
be able to come in and kind of push against that tradition and see innovation happen, I feel like is powerful. It takes like a level of courage, and I can definitely see how that's fulfilling, changing those things for the better. Awesome. Anybody have a comment on that?
Y'all need to wake up.
Look, that's all right. Because
Friday, everybody's chill.
They just turned us on and laid back down.
hit the good morning and then the mute. Yeah, it's okay. You gotta watch the playback though, at least. Get these jewels. Okay. What qualities and characteristics are most important to me? So this one, true. I think meaningfulness, hopefulness, selflessness, compassion, um, motivation. I think I'm gonna add to you what you said. So innovation, that is really exciting to me too. Like knowing that I'm a part of something that it's not even have to reinvent the wheel, but just the way we're approaching it, and taking a deeper level of care and taking some risk and doing some things that we've never done for the better. Like those things are really important to me in my work.
I think like innovation is probably like one of my biggest ones. Empathy, you can tell when really someone cares or doesn't care, and it's like really obvious. And so that's a big one. Things that are fulfilling, things that like, even if it's a small task, it's actually working to do something. I think I feel most frustrated when I feel like what I'm doing is not making a difference or it's not making a change, and I think that not having that will be like one of the most fulfilling parts and the greatest characteristics or qualities in my professional goals. So I like for things to be useful or effective.
That's awesome. So in the comments, first, Ashley said, getting people unstuck brings me so much joy and fulfillment personally and professionally. And Marcus Allen said, faithfulness, discipline, and knowing you are entitled and obligated to help one that's in need.
Marcus Allen, you better be awake on a Friday.
Yo, Marcus Allen is up. If he been asleep all week, my man is up today.
So proud. Thank you. That's good. We're entitled, and what else, Miss Joni?
And obligated to help one that's in need.
I love that. I love it. And just go off a little bit because I feel like sometimes people think like just because like maybe you're not in specifically the helping profession, there's still so many ways that you can give back and help to people, you know? And I think sometimes I like seeing that in the different like fields of public health that like I'll work in. Sometimes, you know, everyone's like, oh, how are you doing? I know it might be a tough time. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I'm like, yep, there's a place for all of us to help. You don't really work with
Exactly.
just work with numbers, or if you just do, or not just like if you do art, like this is the perfect time. People need healing, they need something to take their mind off of all this COVID stuff. If you could lead an art class, if you could give someone a piece
Hmm.
of art and music to share, if you're an actor and you can give people comedy, like there's so many things we are obligated to do our part to give little something back to somebody else, and a little goes a long way. So
Better say it, Miss Simone. Marcus Allen also said, and the characteristic could be being able to code switch depending on who I'm talking to and still able to help people be better than where they were the day before. And Ashley said, I agree with Zoe. Empathy is huge for me. We're all human at the core who experience the simplest and the most profound struggles. So no need in trying to act better. Yes.
word is that.
Yeah, she put the parentheses in the quotes on the act, try to act better. Yeah.
I love that. Tell the people, okay?
Exactly. And for me, personally, like mine's are simple. Like I just want integrity and commitment. Like, and that I can pretty much kind of work around anything else. But be honest, I gotta be able to trust you and just do what you say you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm. Consistency.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
Word. I love that. Let me trust you and do what you say you're gonna do. You can't beat that.
That's it. I can work with anything else.
Yeah,
Because then I know what I'm working with.
absolutely. And I wanted to touch a little bit on the code switching thing because this is kind of a side part, but I think it's so key as, you know, young professionals, Black professionals, professional of color, you know, feeling like, how am I going to do my purpose, own my definition of success in a world that might not always appreciate it or understand it. And it's just real. Like you said, Marcus, like you could put any word on it. Right now, we call it code switching. But what I like to do to tell myself so I don't like feel like I'm losing myself, but I'm able to adapt in my environment. It's just like, you know, if you go to school, you go to work, and sometimes you might have to put a uniform on. What is my uniform going to be for the day? But I'm still the same person at the core no matter where I go. I might just have to put on a different shirt, you know, like you go to a professional place, you got to put on a button up. But if I'm hanging out with my friends, I can put on like, you know, a t-shirt or something like that. But I'm never going to change who I am depending on what the clothes I have on are. Maybe we can talk about that more on another session. I don't know if you guys have anything that kind of helps you to navigate this code switching.
Yeah. I mean, I especially think it's more prevalent when you are early on starting in your professional career. And if you haven't reached that place where you're comfortable and confident with yourself yet. So like right now, I walk in any room, you already know it don't matter who there. I got my t-shirt, my sweatpants on. That's it. I train people who report to Governor Larry Hogan in the same outfit that I walk into the elementary school with. And it's because I'm comfortable and confident with who I am. And I'm also competent with what I do and what I know, and my clothes are never going to define that. But it does take a little while to get to that point, especially when people don't know you and you are in that first beginning phases of trying to prove yourself. So I always tell young professionals, don't do what I do yet because you haven't earned that. You go, you get yourself a nice little outfit so that way that's not another challenge in your way and you don't put an obstacle that don't need to be there. So get yourself a nice little outfit so that way that's not an issue. Prove yourself, but then once you prove yourself and people know who you are and you've built your own brand, built your own reputation, and people now really want you for your knowledge and your expertise, they could care less how you roll up in there because they know what they're getting and it's not your clothes. So
Absolutely. I think it's the same. I agree completely. I remember interviewing for med school and like not wanting to buy a whole pantsuit and like wear all of this and heels, no heels, like all of that. It's just so annoying because, you know, number one, men don't think about this. And then, you know, as a Black person, you're going to be, that's the first thing they're going to look at is if you're professional or not. And so like when I bought my stuff, I was just like, listen, this is something I actually feel comfortable wearing, like, and it's professional, and I can worry about like changing the culture later. And so like once I got into med school, there's definitely discussions where we have like talk about people who are interviewing the next years and what they're wearing. And so this is the time I take to like speak up and be like, well, we don't know their situation. Like maybe they didn't know what's professional or not, but like were they getting a good candidate or not? Like maybe let's emphasize what they're wearing. And then of course I'm wearing sweats all the time. Like I'm wearing sweats all the time. So like now that I'm in, what are they gonna do? Like you already have my money. So it definitely know how to play the game. Like there's some times where you're gonna have to just fit in so you can change it for people and yourself down the road. And you can't do that if you never got in the first place. So like definitely picking your battles and choosing your battles.
Exactly. Same with language too. Like, you know, sometimes you got to speak the language that you need to speak until you get that door open.
And then you'd be like, surprise.
Let's say hire you.
Hey, yo, Zoe crazy. That's so true. Yep. Yep.
It's real. It's true.
That was good. Zoe said surprise. I like that. How y'all doing?
Yeah, we out here.
Right.
So true.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you guys for going on that tangent with me. Because I think it's so true. And I'm sorry, Michelle. There was one story you told that I always loved and remembered. I don't know, maybe I'll start you off and you can finish. But I feel like what you guys said, like just play the game right now so you can change it later once you're in there. Like pick and choose your battles and just think of it as like kind of a superpower. Like you can do both. You know how everybody's like, get you a girl that can do both, get you a take that same energy in the professional realm and just think like I can do both. Okay, one day I'm like this and we out here. It's both, but just pick it. Miss Joni, I think you said one time you showed up to I think a training, a leadership a leadership session you were gonna do, and the lady was like, oh wait, where's your professional outfit? Like just a second, and then you told her, look, I promise, if you just let me go out there and say what I have to say, if these people don't receive it, okay, fine, I'll dress up professionally the next time. But if they love it, can you tell that story really, really quick, just to show like?
Yeah. So, the exec at the state level, she had heard about my leadership training sessions through somebody else. So when she called me and we talked, we had only talked on the phone about what she wanted, how important this was, you know, how high up these people were in the government, da 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 da. And so everything was done over the phone. Like she emailed me the contract and all that stuff over email. So I never saw her. So then when I got there to do the training, I'm just like this. So it's about maybe 10 minutes before it's time for me to speak. And she said, I'm just going to be blunt with you. She was like, I've never had to have a conversation about dress code because we've always only used trainers from Towson University. This is our first time using somebody outside of that. And she was like, what size do you wear? Because I need to get you an outfit. And I was like, so I'm not about to change my clothes right now. I'm sorry if this isn't professional enough for you. I said, but look, I said, if you let me go on, I said, how many people we got here? It was like 200. I said, if at least half of those people don't beg you to bring me back, I said, not only will I waive my fee for today, I'll waive my fee for the next day because I was supposed to go to Annapolis to do the exact same thing. I said, I'll waive my fee for the next day and I will also wear whatever you want me to wear. You tell me what to pick out in Nordstrom and I got you. Man, by the time I finished that thing, they was treating me like Beyonce. Harry, she came, the cool thing was that she did apologize and, you know, that she did recognize that it was a lesson for her in terms of that old saying of not judging a book by its cover. And, you know, it kind of opened her eyes up to, okay, it's a world bigger than just Towson University, and there are other people who are capable and talented enough to be able to handle this group of people in terms of, you know, leadership and development and all things. So we've grown to have a great relationship after that, but that was like one of the most insulting things anybody had ever said to me.
Yeah.
What size you wear? I'm about to go find you a blazer and some pants. Wait, what?
I'm gonna change anything I'm about to actually say out of my mouth, just because.
Oh, it was crazy. And I even told the crowd, because I kind of addressed it with them just in case, because everybody in there was like suited up and everything. And I'm like, look, y'all, if anybody's wondering, you know, why I show up the way I show up, I got to go right after I leave here and go tell some seventh graders that they can be anything that they want to be, and that the world won't judge them based off of what they look like or any of those other things. It's going to base them off of their character. Say what I look like delivering that message, and I don't live that message.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody was like, man, this one tax professional accountant came up to me and said, oh my God, I've been dying to get out of this suit. Watch me not wear a suit tomorrow. I was like, good for you.
It doesn't matter. That's what we're talking about, like innovation. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It don't matter.
Yes or no? Because I'd rather have a competent person in some sweats than someone who doesn't know what they're doing in a suit. So, like,
exactly. And you do your best work when you're happier anyway. Why not be happy and comfortable?
Not worry about, you know, how I look. Yeah, I agree.
I love that story so much because I feel like there's so many like nuggets in there, because I feel like from the beginning, you know, you could have let that start like, what? Who is this lady talking to me like this? And, you know, obviously it hurt, but you still, you know, you had a job to do. You were able, you believed in yourself enough to put your skills and your talents on the line and be like, look, you know, if you don't bet on me, I'm at least bet on myself. Oh, that gets me every time. So y'all, you know what to do. Try to show your best first impression. But even if you don't, life happens. Don't let that be an excuse. When other people won't bet on you, bet on yourself. Tell them, look, I know I showed up to this job. And also I love how you own too. Like, well, I already know I'm not gonna sit up here and try to lie and fool around and get past you. This is who I am. I know this is how you might perceive me, but I'm willing to bet on myself and my skills. And if you can give me this 15 minutes to talk to you in an interview or to show my skills, I promise this is not going to be something you regret. And I feel like no one can ever try to play someone who lives in their true self and their true walk, because you are the expert of your own life and your talents. And if you put the work to back it up,
Yeah, Miss Simone.
sorry, I just love that story. I'm like, I wish somebody would. Okay,
Great story.
Let's go on to the next. I'm so sorry. Okay, so what activities in your in your professional life are most fulfilling? Stuff like that. I'm realizing more and more, Michelle. I'm so glad you did this platform because I like this. I love connecting with you. I really like to talk, y'all. I'm realizing more. I like to connect with people individually, but I also do like to talk to the mass. I feel like it helps me to get a message across, and I'm like, so many people will see this, y'all will see this, and you will share it with other people. So I love like one-on-ones. I love, like I said, moments where y'all achieve your goals and we can be there and support and shine with y'all and cheer for y'all. And then I'm realizing now too, I like kind of stuff like this. So I gotta start figuring out how I can keep this going.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna keep up with you when you go to DC.
Oh,
we need 30 minutes a week.
We could do it. Let's keep this going.
Yeah.
About y'all?
Activities in my professional life that are most fulfilling. I would say definitely being able to create things that that benefit like young people in general. Like it just brings me so much joy to see the diversity of our group, Like, you know, we don't have all academic scholars. We definitely don't have the best behaved, but to be able to see, you know, just different type of young people benefit in their own way based off of, you know, what we have and how they receive it, I think is probably like most fulfilling for me.
I think, yeah, scroll back up for me, Simone. I really do enjoy mentorship. I really do enjoy like telling people like, here's where I messed up, here. Don't do that. Like, I wish someone would have told me not to do that, not to waste my money, not to do this. And so being able to see people navigate through the same things I did with less stress and then give that back to the people coming up behind them, it really feels like you're doing something long term and you feel like you're making a difference, you know? And so I think that's like the most fulfilling parts, for sure.
Mentorship is key.
It is.
Key. I'm like that. I know, yeah, sorry. I just can't reiterate that enough to y'all. Like finding mentors in different areas of life too. Me and Zoe were talking about that this weekend as well. Like, you know, we now are having more mentors in the professional realm to help guide us and navigate like what to do, what not to, but even more personal mentors, you know, like someone that you see that might be married with kids if you want to be married with kids, or someone who's professional and single and still doing their thing. Like you feel like that's something you want, or, you know, someone who adopt, or just anything in your personal, like someone who has friends and maybe you kind of want a similar core group. I don't know, but just talking to
me, like you want to move one day, are they away from their family? How did they like deal with that? How did they make new friends? There's just everything, you know, that you need some guidance on, and there's best people for different areas of your life.
Yeah, absolutely. Marcus Allen said, being able to get my messages through to the kids at my job makes me feel like I'm actually changing a generation.
Yeah, you definitely are, Marcus.
For
You
sure.
are. I know those kids love you, and
Mm-hmm.
that relationship that will stick with them forever. You know, some of the things that remind me, I'm like, who are people in my life? Yeah, like I really look up to them and they still have changed. So, like, if you could be that for someone else, like that is monumental.
Yes.
This is a loaded question, but we'll try to tackle it. What do I want to accomplish in my lifetime?
Ooh.
Before we leave this, I might have to go back to what I put, because I still feel it changes but I think kind of what I was saying earlier, like, and this could be ambitious because Lord knows when we're gonna, but if I could just help more people to be more compassionate, to like share their story in the hopes that it will empower someone else to share their story and change somebody's mindset, and like, you know, we could just be more compassionate, culturally competent as a people, and more like humble and willing to listen. That would really, if I could do that for even just like 1,000 people, I don't really know yet. I'm gonna have to work on that one. But those are some of the things I want.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
I guess for me, like I want to have something that lives beyond me. And
Mhm.
like starting HeartSmiles and having this business has really kind of centered me in a way to where as though it's not about what we do now or what we do just today, but it's about how we really impact tomorrow. So like some people say I want to work myself out of a job just because it's a cool thing to say. Like, no, I really want to work myself out of a job. And I want a few generations from now, if not less, to be able to say, oh, we no longer have this problem of underserved communities because this organization, HeartSmiles, built up a generation to where as though they changed the laws, they eliminated those type of things. So now you can't have a liquor store within a mile of a school. Like that's just illegal. You can't have people, you know, living next to, you know, whatever these situations are, these open air drug markets and all this stuff, like that's illegal, like, and really, really inspiring people to do something that really changes it, even greater than just changing the mindset, but changing the atmosphere to where as though it looks the same in all of Baltimore and not just some nice places of Baltimore to live. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think back to what Simone said, I think I agree, like cultural competency, like making sure the people around me, the people under me, the people above me have some like cultural competency and that they're treating people with respect. I think that that could really change the like medical game if the people who, you know, become doctors or professionals just have like an outstanding level of empathy and an outstanding level of like cultural competency. I think we would see like a drastic change in the outcomes and the way that people approach like going to the hospital or going to the emergency room or just listening to their doctor. So I think that that's something I want to do, making sure I'm pushing all the people around me to be better.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Marcus Allen dropped something in the comments. This is powerful. He said, I want to accomplish getting rid of the words poverty and death by person. I know it's hard, but I know what I'm doing. I can lower those numbers to the lowest that it's ever been in history.
Can speak that, Marcus.
That's right.
I like that.
Take it out. It'll be a word of the past, and especially the death by others too. That's so important.
Mm-hmm.
Like, killing each other, please. No. Okay. All right. Another loaded question. This worksheet is funny because how are we gonna go from all these like what skills and talents do I have? Like
first favorite color.
But it's all right. We're gonna go with the flow. Let's see what time we have. Oh, and we need to hurry up. Okay. If I had unlimited time and resources, what would I do? I would keep doing what I'm doing now and trying to, fulfill my passion and purpose of mentoring. Again, helping people to share their stories. Really just be able to just get people to have more empathy, because all this stuff, you can put a trend word on it, like cultural competency. It's really treating others how you would want to be treated at the big minimum, treating people how you want to be treated and doing something of purpose and meaning beyond yourself that can really change and impact people for the better. So that's what I would do. Focus on that.
Man, I would say for me, any and everybody who wants to be successful, I'm going to help you. I got unlimited time. I got unlimited resources. That's what I'm going to do. All you got to do, bring to the table, is that you actually want it. And whatever it is, we making it come true.
Man, I'd let all the little like Black girls, boys who want to do medicine, who feel like money is stopping them, can't pay things, because it is expensive. Like it is like a lot of random, how do you expect me to come up with this money? And they're like, well, ask your parents. My parents are broke too. Like, what are we doing? So like, I think I would just give so much money away and help alleviate that problem so you can just focus on school. Because I think a lot more people would be successful if they could just focus on school. And that's just not the case for a lot of people.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of, all right, one more tangent really quick. It just makes me so sick when I hear that we have a shortage of medical personnel fighting for career, because I feel like, there are already so many people on the front lines now putting their blood, sweat, and tears into this. And then there's also little boys and girls that would dream of that, would love to help and be on the front lines. But how many times have we told them, no, you can't, you're not good enough, you don't have enough money enough? That just makes me sick, because I'm like, okay. Yeah. What talent?
Marcus Allen got a comment before we move on.
He said, yeah.
Marcus Allen says, I would give everybody a job or something to do that creates very good expenses. I think he meant revenue for themselves, and to keep them out of trouble, especially the youth.
Yeah. That's really good, Marcus. Really good. Giving people positive outlets and opportunities to be successful. Partner with
And
Michelle.
something fulfilling, you know, like having a job, something you like to go to, something to do during the day.
Yes.
Yeah.
About what you want, and it can change, and like kind of lean into those things, and because you don't want to get stuck. Even if you get stuck, you can get unstuck. But if the sooner you can try to like follow your passions and your dreams early and not be afraid to, even if it's not the status quo, just lean into that. You'll be probably happier. All right.
You got another comment. Ashley said, building out amazing resources and opportunities for people in the city with physical and developmental disabilities.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's so good. Thank you for that. Yeah. We can't forget people that needed some of our, I don't even like the word vulnerable, but just we all are people.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. All right, we have like maybe 5 minutes. So maybe we could just boom, boom. You just pick what question you want to answer for the last one. So what skills and talents do I have? How can I best contribute to others? And what legacy do I want to leave? And then at the end, you're supposed to take all these questions and make a statement. I have my statement somewhere that I actually really kind of like, but I don't know if we'll share. We have some other time. But I'll just comment on the what skills and talents do I have, because I know that gets people stuck so often. Sometimes you might not feel like your talent or skill is good enough, but everything you have to contribute, even if you just know you're able to wake up on time and be considered, that is a start. People want someone to show up, and then show up to different opportunities, say yes to different things that you feel like you might be interested in, and then you'll start honing in. Like I realized I'm really good at kind of multitasking. I didn't even realize, y'all always joke me that I'm so smiley. I'm like, that is a talent. People want to be around positive people. So I'm gonna bring my and I'm gonna smile it up. And that is a skill and talent I have. And I'm still learning how to figure that out. But just lean into that. No skill or talent is too small, and be real with yourself about what you feel like you can offer. All right.
Love it. Okay, so then I'll answer the second one. How can I best contribute to others? I would say probably in two ways. So if you are built for it, if you are tough enough, then I can motivate you. And even though I hate motivation because motivation runs out, but if you can find the discipline within yourself, then sometimes just being able to get motivated can force you into taking that first step. And then just in terms of people who don't think that it's possible, I think that I'm somebody who serves as a perfect example that truly you can come from nothing and not have anything and still be able to build something great if you have enough faith and confidence in yourself to just do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I'll go back to the what talents and skills I had, because I think the legacy one I kind of answered with unlimited time and resources. But I think organization is something that like people will notice and will come to you to help them do. Like if you can be organized, if you can show like, this is the way I think about things, here's my clear statement on why this should be changed. If you can organize things that way people can follow, you can just kind of manipulate to get anything you want, or like kind of negotiate anything you want. And so I think that's a big skill I have. Event planning or administration skills, that's really nice, because that's something most people don't want to do. So if you're willing to do it, that could just be your slight end to get to where you want to go. And I think that's really helpful. And then encouraging others, I think that's something I've kind of grown to be more consistent with. Sometimes you just need a cheerleader, and sometimes you just need someone to like believe in you. And so making sure I'm doing that for others, and like helping them reach their dream, or sending them some article I found or something interested in their field, I think is really helpful. It makes you feel better, it makes you more connected with your circle, and then makes them feel like they can do it and someone believes in them.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I read the comments.
Yeah, what about the comments?
Oh, yeah, no, we don't have no new comment.
Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. Spreading faith.
Oh, now we do, yeah. Spreading faith and positivity.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yes, you do, Margaret. You were dropping jewels today. Thank you so much for being so engaged.
I
think
know. He just gotta get on that C word, consistency.
Yeah.
Imagine if he was consistent. Beast,
Margaret,
powerhouse.
circle, circle. Well, I see it coming. I believe in you. We all do. So just
Yes.
believing in yourself, bet on yourself.
Mhm.
When
Yeah. So thank you so much, Miss Simone. Thank
Great.
you, Miss Zoe. This was amazing. Y'all got to get ready because we got Wesley coming up. Man, he has a powerful, powerful story. If y'all don't know Mr. West, I advise you to get to know him, but we're going to be spending time with him. So y'all got a 5-minute break. We back at 11 o'clock on the dot.
Bye. Bye, y'all. Love you
All right.
guys.
We'll see you back Monday, Miss Simone. All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hey, hey, Mr. West. What's up?
Joan, how are you?
How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. We are so excited to have you on today, man. Thank you for making time for us.
No problem. I'm blessed. I'm blessed and happy to be here. I watched the session before this, so I was tuned into that as well.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Miss Simone is good, and Miss
Hey,
Zoe.
hey, Mr. West. What's up?
Oh, that's your you might got push
How you doing?
No,
I'm
what's
good.
going
I'm
mute
good.
on
We
that
so
because it's a little bit of a
excited to have
delay
you on
from
today.
Zoom to
And
YouTube.
Who's
time
on the
for
sound?
us.
Hold on.
No
Hold on.
problem. I'm blessed. I'm blessed and happy to be here.
Where is that?
I watched the session before
Yeah, you good.
for this, so I was tuned into that as well. Oh yeah, yeah. Miss Simone is good, and Miss Zoe. Hey, Mr. West.
Hold on. I can hear like double or something.
What's up?
I know that's because it's a little bit of a delay. So if you got YouTube up, you just gotta click mute on
It's a
YouTube.
little bit of a delay from Zoom.
Can you hear me now?
I think, yeah, I got you.
All right, cool.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's good. It's good. It's a little bit of a delay, so it can be a little bit confusing, but it's good.
No,
It's
it's because
good.
I had the YouTube screen up as well, so
Uh,
and I kept hearing everything second. I'm like, wait, what's going
yeah,
on?
that's cool. It's all good. We are here. The kids are excited. Thank you so much, Taylor. And Taylor, I know you were one of the people who said we got to get Mr. West on. So thank you for that. A couple of other people too hit me up and said we got to get Mr. West on. So before I get into Mr. West, I did promise Joy I will read the comments from the questions, and I'm going to do that, and then we're going to get right into Mr. West. So if I had unlimited time and resources, I would want to put an end to racism because we should be all in this together, contribute to others. I want to make sure everyone recognizes their positive talents. And the legacy I want to leave is knowing that I've done good, not only for my family and friends, but for others too. That is powerful and that is amazing. And thank you so much for already being like on that wavelength as a young person. Like that's the type of stuff that changes the world. So I appreciate that. Mr. West, you
Yes.
got a powerful story, man. And I don't think everybody is familiar with you and with your story. So can you start by just like telling us about, your upbringing, your childhood, and how you kind of got to doing what you're doing now?
Yeah, so I had a very, very, very humble beginning. I grew up with two drug addict parents. Um, from the time that I, came out of the womb, my mother, was a drug addict. My father wasn't present in my life because he was a drug addict as well. So during the time that I would say I was a child, I've lived in abandoned houses. I've been homeless. I've lived on the street. I was a foster child. I was passed around from house to house for a certain portion of my life. I've seen so much of the street life. I've been, shot in my right shoulder. I've been stabbed in my left hand. I still have the scars and things if y'all can see them. Um, I literally come from what they say the mud or nothing basically because of the traumatic and the high levels of trauma that I went through as a child, and that is a part of why I do everything that I do today in my community, everything that I do for the youth, because I understand not having proper resources. I understand not having someone to, give you stability, not having someone to teach you and show you the right way, not having the proper level of education, because I couldn't read, write, or count on my grade level. I was 4 grade levels behind, because at the time, school and education was never important to me or my mother. So my mother, because she was, sick and, she had her addiction, she would, I was the oldest out of her children. So even though my mother had a lot of children, I was responsible for not just myself, but my mother's children and her. So at a young age, I was forced to go to the block or steal or, do things that a child shouldn't be doing to survive or get money. So when I speak to the youth, when I talk to the youth, when I teach the youth, I let them know, some of us come from this and have no other choice. And then some of us go to it because we think it's cool. And I just want all of them to know, like, how I grew up is not okay. The lifestyle that I live is not okay. Having to hustle at the age, I started hustling when I probably was about 8 years old. But I was introduced to it as a child sitting on a bed, and I don't have it hurts my heart a little bit because I don't have really memories of my mother that are like really, heartfelt and like warm and loving. I have a lot of memories of me sitting on the side of the bed crying, asking my mother, do you love us? Or, why won't you stop, using drugs? And I would be sitting on the side of the bed and she would be, smoking her pipe and she would just nod off. And I still have, I'm 34 and I still have those visions and images in my head today. And those things went from me as a child to me as a middle-aged teenager to a young man, then now an adult, that I see and understand those images. So when people say, well, Wesley, what inspires you to do the work that you do? What pushed you to continue to get out here and help other people or help these children or help these families? It's because I come from it. So if you are homeless or have been homeless, I can relate to you because I've been there. If you have a drug addict mother or father, I can relate to you because I've been there. If you have been in foster care, if you had to go days without knowing where a meal was coming from, if you had to sleep on other people's couches or floors, if you had to, go into a store and stuff something under your shirt or in your pocket for survival, these things I can relate to because I've lived it. But I also can teach these kids and talk to them on a different level because at a certain point of my life, my aunt, which is a God-fearing woman, came in, got me out of foster care. And she gave me mentoring, tutoring, therapy, and a lot of other slew of supports, which, helped me catch up. When I went from, the city life to Baltimore County for a short period of my life, that's when I was diagnosed and I realized I was 4 grade levels behind. So I was one of the oldest children in the classroom, but I was 4 grade levels behind. I couldn't read, write, count, or didn't know mathematics when you talk about education in the school. So they had me 4 levels behind, but my aunt got a bunch of tutors. I went to night school. I went to, I had homeschooling and I had regular school to catch up. So I eventually, experienced a lot of more hardships and things like that. But as I got older, I realized how important education is. And education to me is not just a window, but a door of opportunities that allows you to be able to be qualified to just walk and get in the room, that allows you to be qualified to show people and let people hear your voice or show them that, no, I can be great too. No matter what I come from, no matter where I've been, no matter what, I have done in my past, I can be great and I can compete just as you. So I eventually went to Baltimore City Community College. And because I was so academically behind, it took me, and I tell my students about this, community college is supposed to be 2 years, right? Mm-hmm. It took me 5 going on 6 years to complete a 2-year degree because I had to take every prerequisite, every course before you can get to the regular school courses. I had to take every course and then I wasn't passing them. Like I took the math classes about 5 times before I got through one math course. That's how far I was behind. So when I tell people, when they look at a journey of a person, don't look at where they are all the time. Look at what they had to go through to even get there. So when I graduated from Baltimore City Community College, I ended up being accepted into University of Baltimore. At that point, my mind was on go. So I was like, I'm in the classroom, and don't, be offended who's watching, but I grew up in the communities where it's basically primarily all Black people who are struggling on a low level. And then when I went to UB, I was in classrooms with primarily white students who never understood those parts of Baltimore. So when we would talk about things and have certain dialogue, they didn't understand. They couldn't connect. They couldn't relate. They didn't see Baltimore how I saw Baltimore. So when people said there are different Baltimores, there really are. So they didn't see Baltimore from the lens that I saw it. So what I mean by that is there are blocks in Baltimore that look like abandoned house, abandoned house, abandoned house, abandoned house, abandoned house. Across the street, abandoned house. But some folk never have experienced or lived that type of lifestyle. Oh, I did. So when I went to UB, it was a lot of students that I felt like, oh, they feel like they better than me or they treat me different, but I can compete. So I took it personal. And, I, took school as a real challenge, and I ended up graduating from honors from University of Baltimore. And now I'm in school getting my master's in education with a specific area in trauma and ACEs. And I'm going to Trinity Washington University. So the reason why, I speak these things is because a lot of our youth, a lot of our young men and our young girls, when they grow up in these conditions, it becomes normalized to them. So they think it's okay to live in a community where a lot of people don't have good paying jobs. They think it's okay to go to school and play around and don't be able to properly read, write, and count on a proficient grade level. They think it's okay to just laugh, joke, and play around, but not understanding education can open many doors that have always been closed for you. So for me, when I learned how important, education is, I took it, serious, and I still do. And I pour that to my, my students and my scholars now. But when you're talking about where I come from, I literally come from, again, 2 drug addict parents. I come from homelessness. I come from, abandoned houses, whereas though we call it abandonmeniums, how some people call, condominiums. We call abandoned homes abandonmeniums because we have to live in those homes. So even when you see these abandoned properties through the city, all of them aren't just completely abandoned. They ran down and look abandoned, but there are families and children and women and grandmothers and aunts and uncles that live in those homes. Even ones with, they have the boards, the wooden boards, and they got the nails on them. They going out the back door. People don't understand these things because if you don't go to these communities and actually see what's going on at the ground level, you don't get it, or you can't relate, or you can't address it because you haven't really seen or experienced what these people are living. So that's what I come from, Ms. Joni. And, I don't hide from my story. I take pride in, where I come from and where I'm at, but I'm still striving and pushing to reach greater heights and things like that. But I am happy. I am grateful. I'm thankful. And to me, when you calculating what is success, right? So people say they look at success differently. Well, I look at myself as extremely successful, right? And that's not because I have millions of dollars in the bank. That's not because I have mansions or Ferraris and Lamborghinis. That's not because I, have all these glamorous, glorious things, right? But to me, I have reached a high level of success because I come from being homeless to being a homeowner, right? I come from not being able to read, write, and count to a published author. I come from being 4 grade levels behind to a college graduate of honors, right? I come from, hustling as a child and being, in trouble and being diagnosed with behavior issues to now I help children with their lifestyles. I help families with their lifestyles. So when you looking and you talking about success, I look at myself and my story as huge success because I have friends that have never even been able to see 21, 25, let alone 30 or 34. So that's just a little bit, about me, but, I can get much deeper on things, but, that's just a little scope.
Man, powerful, so powerful. And you're getting a lot of accolades here. Like people were truly inspired. And it brings me to the first question that's posted in the comments, because when we asked what your topic was going to be, you said you wanted your topic to be discovering your greatness. And I thought that was so profound and so timely, especially now while we're dealing with this global health crisis and a lot of young people, kind of are feeling like they are literally in the dark. So this first question is, what do you feel is your biggest motivation right now? And can you kind of tie that into your theme too for today? Because I think that's important for our young people.
So I would say for that, I have a couple of them. But one of my, greatest pieces that I use to motivate me, no matter what circumstance or conditions I'm going through at that moment, is the fact that I watched my mother struggle my entire life. I watched my siblings struggle my entire life, my whole childhood. You know, I went days with no food. I went, you know, days with no electricity. I went days where as though we didn't have clean clothes. I wore the same outfit. I went days that we lived in a home that had holes in the floor. And, you know, we had rats that ran all across in my home. And we lived in a property with these rodents. That still is here. You know, like I don't push that in the back like it don't matter or I was never there. I use that to help me, you know, stay motivated every single day, because I know you can go from having a lot to a mistake or a wrong decision or wrong move or being around the wrong person or, you know, committing a crime or riding with someone that commits crimes or being in a space that you shouldn't be in that can change your life within a blink of an eye. Right? So me coming from those conditions, I use that as fuel to motivate me and put fire in my belly to every single day. No, I'm not satisfied. I want to do more. I want to be greater. I want to get to the next level, right? But another thing, you know, that motivates me is being able to, and I want people to hear me when I say this, being able to be a proud, strong, positive, educated Black man in this society. The news, the television, the newspapers, the magazines, internet paints the Black man in such a negative light that it's like people are afraid of the Black man. That's how I see it. I'm not trying to, you know, tell other people how to feel, but how to see it. But people are afraid of the Black man, and people feel like, as a Black man, oh, y'all not there for y'all kids. As a Black man, y'all either gonna be dead or in jail by a certain age. As a Black man, y'all don't get educated. As a Black man, the only ways you feel like you can be successful is football and basketball or drug dealing. As a Black man, if you dress a certain way or walk a certain way, then you are a villain, you are a thug, you are a criminal, right? So my thing, I take pride in being a strong brother. I take pride in being, you know, a good grandson. I take pride in being the man that people recognize and see, oh, Wesley Hawkins or Mr. Hawkins or Hawk or, you know, whatever they know me by, right? Or no leader, whatever they recognize me by, that's a positive brother. That brother is doing great things. That brother, you know, is motivational, or that brother is inspirational, because those are the images in my legacy that I choose, that I want to leave behind for myself. I don't want people to say, oh, he used to hustle and sell drugs when he was 13. Yes, I did, but that does not define me, right? Oh, he used to, you know, carry guns or be, you know, a young thug when he was 15, 16, 17. Okay, you can say those things, but that is not the defining moment of who Wesley Hawkins is. That's just a part of my story. So I use these things as motivation and fuel till today, that even though I have went through those things in life, you won't define me by that. And I still have had, even though with the education I have, with the work that I do, with, you know, the things that I have done and still continue to do, I've had corporations or organizations to try to still use, you know, my past life or past behaviors or past story against me. And I'm looking at them and I'm saying, that's my past, right? What have I done within the last 10 years? You know, what am I doing now? What can I bring to your table, or what can you bring to mine? And if you don't see the value in me, then I'm good on that situation anyway, because you have to see me for me and the man that I am. And I put that out to my students as well. If one door closed, there's many more that will open. So when you say what motivates me, those are two of the top motivations. But my last, not last, but my third one, I would say my youngest brother, right? My mother passed 5.5 years ago. And when my mother passed, her youngest child was 2 years old. And my mother passed from drug overdose. And my youngest brother, father, was shot and killed 2 months after my mother passed. So I had to become a parent, a big brother, a provider, so a real life support system with, you know, just like this, right? So At the age of 2, he lost both of his parents. So there is no mother or father to go back to. So now, if I'm not okay and if I'm not doing the right things, then I can't be that provider and that support and that symbol and that guidance and that leadership for him. So I became basically a single parent dad, or, a single parent dad, big brother, 5.5 years ago. I started out as a foster parent. They put me, through a lot of the trainings. I take these classes. I had to get all these background checks. I had to get a home check. I had to go through all these, just different loopholes to become a foster parent for my own brother. I was his foster parent for 2 years. And that for the second year, they said, well, Mr. Hawkins, either you're going to adopt or you have to, give him back and we can send him to a family that was willing to adopt. So I adopted him. I've been, his adoptive parent for 3 years now. And we've been doing it, for 5.5 years, him and I. And he is one of my, top motivations and something that keeps me going and pushing, because I know I have someone looking up to me. I know I have someone dependent on me. I know I have someone that, needs to see that positive image and that positive, strong man. And, there is no mother or father biologically to go back to. You have your big brother, which is, me, and I'm gonna be that, Miss Joni. I'm gonna stand there. I'm gonna try to be the best light possible. So those 3 things, push me every single day to continue to be great, continue to be positive, to continue to be successful, to continue to want to know and learn more knowledge and information, and reach more people, because I know I am not the only story like this, right? But I'm one of the few that feels comfortable with speaking this story, because I believe my story will help someone else get through their hard time. I believe my story will help someone else get to the next level in their journey. I believe my story will give someone else hope that, okay, if Mr. Hawkins went from being homeless to now a business owner or homeowner, I can do that too. So that's what I would say to that.
So powerful, so inspiring. Y'all, please keep your questions coming. I promise you, I'm going to ask all your questions because these are important questions. And thank you so much for being just so transparent about it and just being so real and authentic. Like, we don't take that for granted at all. So thank you. This next question is, what would you say to some youth right now that are facing problems at home and they feel like they are stuck, especially now because of Corona?
Wow. That's deep. So
Yeah.
what I would say is pick up some books. A book can take you to a different world and different dimension that you've never experienced before. And I'm not just saying this just to say it to y'all. Books inspired me and showed me certain things that I never knew were real and were actually something that was capable. So some of us don't understand how important reading is, right? Reading opens your mind to different possibilities in life. Reading actually teaches you how to comprehend certain things and certain aspects of life. Reading gives you the opportunity that even if you are living in this world that's devastated, your mind can be in a different place. And I know, we big on education, right? But me, when I started to read every day, what people don't understand is your brain, your mind is like a muscle. The more you read, the better you get. The easier it becomes, the better you get a flow with it. Some of us pick books up and we get frustrated because we just picking up the first and second time, and then now you give up because it's tough. When you are in a place where you can't go out and you can't do things, don't sit there and just wallow or stay in that condition. Think, build, plan, and come up with other opportunities, because this will blow over. So I want to encourage you all that when this blow over, please come out of this more prepared. Please come out of this stronger. Please come out of this, with a mindset that, look, I got to get out here and get it. But this is giving you time to sit down and plan and get opportunities. And plan for opportunities that are ahead of you. But if we want to address other families that might not have resources, I would say do the same thing. But I'll also say, make sure you connect with people and organizations that have resources that can help you survive and get through these day-to-day times. Make sure you young individuals are putting up videos and posts that if these young kids follow you, they feel comfortable that, okay, he or she put this up. Now this is a place I can go find food. This is a place I can maybe get some clothes. This is a place I can get some medical attention. Putting that information out there for you younger, generations, people look up to you, people follow you, people actually look at you for guidance and information. So they might not only want just information from people who are older than them, right? So I applaud people to take advantage of, the online resources and promote them and push them, because when I was young, I didn't really want to hear what a lot of the older people were saying, because I felt like, oh man, y'all just blah, 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 y'all just talking. But when you have younger individuals teaching you and showing you and motivating and pushing you as well, and now that gives you another mindset. But, for that, I would say, come out of this stronger, come out of this more prepared, come out of this with a better sense of what do we have to do. And not even just for the younger individuals. I want to, applaud even grown, adults, right? To work on your entrepreneurship, work on your business plan, work on your second or third source of income, work on different opportunities that you always dreamed or thought about doing. Don't just sit around and sleep all day and, watch movies all day, or, just play games and stuff. Those things are cool for a short period of time, not for your entire day, because you have to come out of this more successful and prepared.
Awesome. Your story is very powerful, and to see how you took that and became who you are now is powerful within itself. Has anyone ever spoke down on you for who you wanted to be? And if so, how did you respond?
Wait, said it, was it a certain age? I'm sorry, read it one more time.
Yeah, sure. Your story is very powerful, and to see how you took that and became who you are now is powerful within itself. Has anyone ever spoke down on you for who you wanted to be? And if so, how did you respond?
Oh yeah. All right. So I've honestly experienced that a lot. I've had, again, like I opened up with, I've had, people who tell me, oh, you're nothing but a thug. I've had people who tell me you're not gonna be anything but a drug dealer. I've had people tell me you're nothing but a fighter, or you got an attitude, or you have poor capabilities and stuff like that. So when people speak down on me, that lets me know who they are. I don't take those things and allow how they speak and how they think hinder me or stop me or hold me back, because that's them, right? So when a person looks at me and say, oh, Wesley, you was a bad child, or you couldn't read, or you had an attitude problem. Okay, so I'm gonna give an example. When I was in middle school, I fought a whole lot, right? Like I got into a lot of fights, and a lot of students would, crack jokes because I ain't had the freshest clothes and shoes and all that, because, of my conditions. So my response to that was fighting. You cracked the joke on me, I punched you on your eye or your mouth. That's how I dealt with it. But I shouldn't have dealt with it like that. Neither should those other children had treated me like that. So, and we were both wrong, but at the time we didn't have the proper resources, or we didn't have the proper teachings to even get through that. So that's why I do certain things. I teach on both aspects of that, the bully and the one that's getting bullied, right? Because we need to understand that these things are real and these things matter and these things are happening. So while some people bully others, you bullying someone not understanding their circumstances. So while you was bullying me, you didn't understand that I was going home to a drug addict mother. You bullied me. You didn't understand that I was going home to no hot running water. I didn't have no electricity. I didn't know where my meal was coming from. So I only went to school during that time for meals. You bullied me not understanding that I was a part of an underground fighting ring. And I want to touch on that when we get a chance. Can you hear that beeping?
Yeah, is that your phone?
How do I cut that off of my computer?
Oh, that might be your email then. If you got your email open, that might be your email alert.
I need to close something, but 1 second, because I don't want y'all to keep hearing that.
Yeah, no problem, man. This is just so powerful. It's a lot of affirming comments, like people are really connecting with what you're saying. So y'all, sorry if I'm not reading all the comments. I'm trying to get all the questions because I don't want to run out of time for the questions. So definitely keep your questions coming, and we'll make sure that Mr. West gets to hear your comments and stuff too. But I know y'all, I'm feeling it too.
Hopefully it's off. I'm sorry for that. Go ahead.
You good? No, you good. You good. This is great. The next question is, what made you want to be a teacher, and is that your passion?
Yes. Teaching is my passion. What made me want to be a teacher is, again, a lot of these things tie into how, I speak on it in the beginning. When you come from such poor conditions and circumstances as mine, and then you get to a different level, in my mind, I believe we are obligated to go back and give back and do certain things for our community, right? So I don't like when, and again, I like to speak freely and pure because this is who I am. So I don't want nobody to, be offended by certain comments that I make. I don't like when Black people become educated and then they don't come back to the community and give back to those that they have lived with or they have been around. So I don't want to be that. So for me, I can understand a lot of the circumstances that these kids are going through. And when I teach, they love me, they respect me, and a lot of them relate to me because I am so open and honest and raw with them that it allows them to start to feel a certain way, right? So when I'm teaching, I'll let my students know, first of all, in my classroom, we have a no judgment zone. So laughing at someone that can't read as good as you, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to partner up with that student, that scholar, and then help them in that area, right? Or if someone don't have the clothes that you have, or if someone don't have, the resources you have, that's not something that you make fun of. That's something you want to figure out how to be a solution-driven student. So when I teach, I have an unorthodox style of teaching, right? We're not just learning what's in these everyday books. I want to teach you how to survive in life. I want to teach you how to treat others. I want to teach you how to give back. I want to teach you how to be motivated and be young leaders that go back into the community and do certain things. So for me, teaching is my passion. And teaching is something that, I will always do and be a part of in some way. And one of my biggest goals is to open, own, and operate, my own academy and small school one day. That's very important to me because I believe our education should reach beyond just the everyday regular academics that might not matter at some point in the time in your life. A lot of children and students are graduating from high school, but they aren't equipped for everyday life. They don't have financial literacy. They don't know what it means to save. They don't know what it means to have a credit card. They don't know what interest rates means. They don't know how to become a homeowner. They don't know what investing in properties and land mean. They don't know how to be an entrepreneur. A lot of them don't know what it means to actually save money or how to actually balance money or how to even, shop properly, right? So certain things that I want to teach, and a lot of students don't even know who they are. And what I mean by know who you are, do you know where your family is originally from? Do you know your ancestry? Do you know your actually history of your people or what tribes or, walks of life that you really come from and your bloodline stems from? So I want to be able to teach and reach, our scholars and our students on a different level, not just, we reading, from this algebraic book or we talking about these graphs and charts. Those things are great, right? But actually being able to know how to survive in life, actually being able to know how to be a leader and a business owner or a corporate person or, just a political leader or a person that's going to be an officer for your community, but doing it in the right way. So yes, to answer that question, I love teaching and, that's something that I'll always do. Even if I'm in different capacities, I'll still come back and do that.
That is amazing. This question is, can you explain to us the type of business that you run?
Yes. So one of the first businesses that I got into was properties and real estate. So me and my brother started a company called Golden Goose Properties, where we would save our money together. And what people don't understand is in Baltimore there are thousands of abandoned homes, right? And some of these properties are worth 1,000, some worth 2,000, some might be worth 5,000. What I like to encourage is we as a community, even younger generations, even younger youth, 18, 19, 20, 21, if you have friends that you are, close with, that you love and you respect, put your money together, start saving, but make sure, even though you have a friendship, make sure you have documentation of the money that you invested. Make sure you have documentation of the percentage of the ownership. Make sure you have documentation of everybody who's a part of this. But I encourage y'all, put your money together, right? Buy these properties, buy them, hold them, fix them up, rent them out to families, rent them out to Section 8, rent them out to single parents. You can create your own small affordable housing. You can move in them, and your crew can move in them and start a studio or start a business, or that can be your headquarters, or it's a lot of things you can do with it. But we started buying properties and fixing them up. And we started selling homes. We started buying properties, fixing them up and holding them for, single parents that rent them. We started buying properties and, living in them ourselves, or buying properties and running a business out of the properties. So that's one aspect of things that, I do. We buy real estate and do a multitude of different things. Secondly, the most recent property we are opening an assisted living. It's called Dear No Leader Assisted Living LLC. So everything that I do, I brand it with Dear No Leader or the No Leader Project. So my mentorship program, which is another entity, guys, that even though it's a mentorship program, my organization gets contracts. Like I heard Ms. Joni speaking about getting contracts. So the No Leader Project gets contracts with either schools, or might get paid to come do some work at a rec, or might get paid to come do some work at a church or business. So even though it's a 501c3 nonprofit, we still get contracts for the work that we do. And that work pays other people that work under me. And who are a part of that. So if we get paid to go into a school, like I'll give an example. Before all of this, like we had a contract of Fort Worthington Elementary Middle School, right? And at that school, I had 3 educators that worked for the No Leader Project. And I had 2 full-time staff and 1 part-time staff. They were actually paid through the entire school year to be a part of the actual curriculum, to be a part of the school schedule, to be a part of that school movement. So we had 1 course where we taught creative writing through hip hop literacy. We had 1 course where we taught videography, where we taught children how to work the video camera equipment and how to do interviews. And then we had 1 course that was a regular mathematics and computer like IT type thing. So that is another part of the business that I do, just because, so when y'all see this brand, the No Leader Project, that is, the organization that I founded. So yes, that is a 501c3 organization, but we don't just do work in Baltimore, we do work in DC as well. We had contracts in schools down there, and last school year we had, a ton of work. But that can fluctuate depending on the market. Some schools, when you're talking about budgets can alter how many contracts the schools bring in. It don't matter how good the program is. If the school don't have the budget to bring you back, then you might can't be there, or you might got to cut your numbers down to help the school if you are that type of business. So the No Leader Project, my real estate, I'm a published author. I wanted to read a page to you guys really quick from it. So my book is called Dear No Leader: The Evolution of an Addict's Son.
Yeah.
I put this book out. It's sold online on Amazon. A lot of people in Baltimore get hard copies from me. And, you know, I teach on, you know, the day-to-day basis. So I am one of those individuals that believe in being able to stand on your own without an organization, but partnerships is very important, right? Mm-hmm. And, you know, I keep going back to what Ms. Joni said of how she went to the meeting and did her presentation dressed how she felt comfortable, right? You have to walk in your own confidence and you have to know what you are worth. So I applaud and I love how you encourage them to be able to feel comfortable with who they are, because Ms. Joni, your value to these students and to the city, and then that's going to grow beyond the city. You can walk into these rooms dressed how you want, right? Because you know your value, you know your worth, and you know the things that you bring has a large standing impact. And that's how I feel, right? So when I, you know, do the things that I do, you know, sometimes I'm suited and booted. Sometimes I might have a sweatsuit on, but a lot of times it had my logo. And I see you have, you know, your logo a lot, because that's your brand and that's who you are. So those are, you know, 3 things that I do on the day-to-day basis. But I am also a contract and motivational speaker, guys, which is real. A lot of people don't know that that is a real career. I get paid, you know, depending on, you know, those that budget, or depending on how I want to work with that organization, or depending on, you know, what time frame it is. I get paid, you know, a few hundreds or a couple thousand for, you know, what I speak on. So I'll close it on that part.
That's amazing. And Wes, where did the name come from, Dear No Leader Project?
So my mother name is Nolita. That's actually, you know, my birth mom's name, Nolita. So everything that I do, I put in honor of my mom, to let her know that even though we went through these things, I still love you. I still honor you. I still respect you. I still uplift you. I still hold your name with a lot of honor and integrity. And, you know, even though, you know, she wasn't able to provide resources and the proper love that I believe children need, I know she still loved her children, but she was sick. And I'll always honor, love, and respect my mother no matter what. So, you know, that's where that name comes from. Nolita is my mother's name.
That is awesome. Y'all, I promise we want to get to these questions because we got some important questions here. I want to ask this one first. I'm sorry, y'all, I'm skipping over a couple of them. I promise I'm going to come back to them. But this one says, if this is too personal, you really don't have to answer. But as a young person in Baltimore, I know myself and a lot of other youth struggle with depression and have struggled with terrible, terrible thoughts. What is something that you have gone through that may be similar, and how would you advise us to overcome that?
Okay. So that's real. So a lot of us go through really tough and, you know, thick things to you personally that might make you feel depressed, that might make you feel lonely, that might make you feel down or make you feel a certain way. So at one point in time in my life, and I'll give a real story, and I'm trying to watch the time. So one of my sisters was sick, and she was self-mutilating, which means she was cutting herself. And in the hospital, they took her to Kennedy Krieger, and she just kept saying, I want to see my mother. I want to see my mother. I want to see my mother. So I left the hospital. I went to go look for my mom. I knew where she was at. Before my mother passed, my mother used to be on West North Avenue between like Poplar Grove and Dukeland, down from Coppin. She was really known around there. I, you know, was really, you know, known at one point around there. I did a lot of things. So I always knew where she was at. So I went around there to you know, get my mother and tell her what was going on. And when I went around there, she saw me. And I had a car. At the time, all my cars are kind of recognizable. At the time, I had a all white Infiniti G37, and I had like loud pipes and white rims and stuff. So she saw my car come out of the street, and she like took off, right? And when she took off, I'm like, all right. So I parked my car. I got in my car. Everybody say what's up to me. at the time I saw, her husband, and I walked over to him, and in the middle of the block, he pulled out a pack of vials, pills, and he went to serve someone in front of me. So I'm like, hey, can you go in there and get my mother for me? He's like, man, I ain't got time for, I got to alter the story so I don't use no curse words. He's like, man, I ain't got time for you and your mother BS, man. I ain't with all that. So I'm like, nah, Abby, I need you to go get my mother for me. My sister in the hospital need my mother. Like, man, and he waved me off. I was so upset. For one, my sister was in the hospital. For two, I saw my mother run off. She seen the car. For three, he was brushing me off. So I slapped all the pills out of his hand and I started stomping him. And he like, yo, what you doing? What you doing, man? So he wilding out. He was an older guy, but he worked under two younger dudes that were younger than me. So they come up the step and they like, yo, what you doing? They, cussing, they irate or whatever. So we all get into this back and forth. I was known for fighting, when I was young. So I was trained nice to box when I was young, and I'm really good. So they come over to me. We get into this argument. We begin to tussle. So it's three of us. We fighting. I'm fighting, my mother's husband, and the two guys he worked under because I stomped his pills. One of the older guys come driving down the block that all of them, work under the OG. He pull over. He like, yo, what the fuck going on, man? Y'all got chill. So where I was from, they call me PA. He like, shorty, I know you, I know your mother. He like, yo, you gotta go because you making it hot around here. You gonna F my money up. So I'm like, yo, I ain't going nowhere until y'all get my mother. So he knew me since I was a child. So he was like, yo, I know Shorty. Shorty willing to die for his mother. And I love him too much to let that happen. So y'all go get no. So they went into the house, which was a crack house where a lot of people use drugs and stuff at. And like have sex for money. They told my mother, they like, no, you gotta come out here. So my mother's name is Nolita, guys, but they call her No from the hood. So they like, no, your son out here going off. You gotta come out here. So I'm leading up to a point where as though I really had a breaking moment in my life. So they make my mother come out, and the old head tell my mother, like, Shorty, you gotta go. He around here wilding. I love Shorty, but he can't F my money up. He gonna have the police around here. Y'all know I ain't with that. They make my mother get in the car, right? My mother get into the car. I'm crying. I'm bloody. My clothes ripped up. I just finished fighting with three people. We riding up. I'm riding going up North Avenue, about to go past Coppin. My mother like, just give me $50. Give me $50 so I can get a blast. Give me $50. So I'm like, Mom, I'm not giving you no money for no drugs. Like, we got to go to the hospital. She like, boy, I'm not effing playing with you. Just give me $50. I'm like, Mom, no, we got to go to the hospital. So because I wouldn't give her the $50, true story on my life, family, my mother jumped out of a moving car. She fell on the ground, got up, and like ran off. At that moment, I kind of broke a little bit because I pulled over and I cried for 2 hours straight and I couldn't move. I was so emotional by what happened that I literally couldn't move from that space. So for 2 hours, I sat there and I couldn't believe I had just fought these people. I had went through all this to get her to take her to the hospital. And the only thing she worried about was getting some drugs. So for me, I was sick. Like when I say sick, I was literally sick. I didn't want to talk to people. I didn't want to be around nobody. I didn't want to deal with nobody. I was literally sick for a few weeks because it's like I couldn't, I was like, that was the breaking point for me. How I got out of that, I began to do research. And that's why I say books are important. I began to do research on drugs. I began to do research on addiction. I began to do research on people being, hurt and damaged and going through certain things in life. And I started to go to AA meetings in the city, and I learned that addictions are a sickness. And even though my mother, have these children, she don't understand and can't really focus and love us like we need to be loved. So, how did I get through that? I had to, dig deep and do some proper research, some proper digging within myself. And that's when I began to forgive my mother. So I gave y'all that story to let y'all know at one point in time, I was so angry and upset with my mother. But when I learned more about her addiction, when I learned more about her problem, when I learned more about her trauma, I began to forgive her. I began to love her more. I began to want to be there more and have a different understanding. So I hope that was, good enough kind of for that question, because that was one of the moments where I felt so depressed and down and lonely. And that's what put me there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my God, so powerful, so inspiring, so moving. I can tell even just by the comments, the young people are really appreciating all of this. Y'all, we really only got about 5 more minutes, and we want to definitely make sure we give Mr. West a chance to read his excerpt from his book. But I do want to read this question too. It says, we need those life skills that you talked about. A lot of youth are wondering, what do I do with this high school diploma? What do you say to those young people?
What I say, I just don't know how to cut this thing off. What I would say to young people, I would say still, get your high school diploma, still go to school and take it serious and still graduate. But a high school diploma is just a stepping stone to other paths and other things in life. Because before you can either get to college or certain other platforms that you want to achieve, one of the requirements is a high school diploma or GED. So I would say, even though that is, just a stepping stone, take that stepping stone serious, because then it leads you to other platforms. So for those who do want to go to college, your SATs, your ACTs, and your GPAs matter. So please take that serious so you can get into the top ranked colleges. For those who are athletes and want to play sports, take it serious so you can go to D1 schools and play with schools that are seen and things like that. But if you are an entrepreneur and want to be a business owner, I would still say take it serious, because you want to get to the next level and be able to have those qualifications so you can actually get more doors open for you. I never speak down on education. I do know some schools and some programs and the curriculums are outdated at times, but I would never say not take education serious, because the more educated you are, the more your mind begins to open and the more things open up for your lifestyle and stuff like that. College is not for everyone, but entrepreneurship is not for everyone either. So even though I do promote entrepreneurship, that's not for everyone. So everyone is not supposed to be an entrepreneur or a business owner, because that's not everyone's lane. Some people are great managers or leaders. Some people are great workers. Some people are great, at the path that they in, right? But some people are, motivated to go beyond that. So what I would say from that, guys, is take it serious. Everything that you do, everything that you're a part of, take it serious. Everything, no matter what it is. If it's an internship, take it serious. If it's high school, if it's college, if it's an entrepreneurship, take it serious. So that's what I would tell you. I know, sometimes we feel outdated, but still take it serious, guys, and, take pride in it.
Yeah.
And my last thing is, we have people that fought, bled, and died for us to be able to go to school, period. So just for that alone, if you are a person of color, take it serious, because there were people who thought you weren't good enough to go to school, and it wasn't okay for you to be educated. And that's a part of history that some of us need to understand that we've been through.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my God, y'all. Yes, yes, and yes. I see all the requests for a part 2. Absolutely. I'm gonna be on Mr. West line, getting him scheduled for a part 2 for sure, for sure. We definitely want to hear this excerpt from your book, Mr. West. Can we get that? And can you tell us also how we can get a hold of this book?
Yes. So again, my book is called Dear No Leader, The Evolution of an Addict's Son. I do have copies that I give to students. So for those who would like a copy of this book, please, reach out to me on, IG. My IG is DEAR_NOLITA, or reach out to Miss Joni and let her know you would like a copy. I do give copies to my students when I have a certain amount, and right now I have some that I can give to some of you all. For adults, I would like them to purchase my book, because this book helps the No Leader Project stay afloat. So proceeds from this book goes straight to my students. Proceeds from this book is not for me to get rich and fly and fancy. It's to help keep my business and my program afloat so I can help students with their resources. But you can find it on Amazon at just look up Dear No Leader and it come up, or you can contact me and I have hard copies. But I'm gonna read just really a portion of, it's called The Champion on page 35. In this world, you can't cry if you're a man. Why? Because there's rules on how a man should be, right? So we're supposed to be strong no matter what. Suck it up, because if you cry, you're a chump. That's what the world would say. Then they wonder why we like this, because our hearts are filled with ice chips, pumping cold blood straight through our veins. Then the thoughts go through our brain that'll drive a brother insane. I was raised and born like this. So on the top of every chapter, I have a portion where I just give a small piece of poems, because I do spoken word. And this is a piece of my poem. And then it goes into the chapter and things like that. In the part 2, when we set this up, I would like to, speak on something that a lot of people don't know about Miss Joni. You know how UFC is legal now?
Mm-hmm.
So what people don't know is underground fighting, guys, has been around for years and been around forever. But they have children underground and kid underground fighting. And I was one of those kids. And in this chapter, it talks about the champion. I was a part of the underground fighting, the illegal underground fighting that they did with kids throughout the city, where it's no weight class, no age class, nothing. If your parent wanted to put you in that back alley, in a backyard, in somebody's basement where they hide these fights, and they have you fighting kids from different communities, different neighborhoods, and they betting on you like you dogs or chickens fighting, that is real. And I am one of the children, that lived through that in my childhood. And my book is called, the chapter is called The Champion on page 35. But yes, ma'am, I would love to come back. Wow. I would love to, dig deeper and talk about things. And I would love to get to the rest of the questions. I'm an open book. I want them to be able to learn any and everything possible from me, because I believe my story can help them, build. And if my story don't connect or relate to you, then maybe somebody else that I can connect you with, maybe their story does. But I'm this open, guys, to help y'all be better. That's why I do this. And it also helps me heal. So what we have is coping mechanisms. Like some people turn to smoking or drinking or gambling and things like that when they have trauma, right? For me, a part of my healing is helping other people. So I heal and I feel better when I help others. So that's part of my coping mechanism, and that's something that I use to build.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. West. Hey, if y'all haven't already connected with him on Instagram, please do so. I have several stories where I tagged him. That's his page, Dear No Leader page. DM him, get this book. Tell your friends, get this book. Like, this is one of the people that you need to be connected to if you're not already. I promise y'all, we want to set up the part 2. This was amazing, Mr. West. Thank you so much. The hour went by so fast. I know, powerful, outstanding, very inspiring. I loved it. Yeah, I got y'all. Any adults that's on here too, buy this book. And for my kids, if y'all have any adults who y'all think might want the book, I'm buying some books. Y'all going to get them the book. Let me know. We're going to make that order today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Looking forward to having you back. Looking forward to staying connected. And thank you truly for everything that you're doing for young people, especially in Baltimore.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all back in 2 minutes with Miss Mo. You already know how she do. We're going to get this thing, keep it moving. All right, y'all. Success session. See y'all. Thank you, Mr. West.
Tuning out. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. We are back. Miss Mo went here early, y'all. She making up for yesterday. Hey, Miss Mo. I know, Stinker. Yo, hit him up on IG, y'all. Hit him up now. Tell him thank you for such a powerful success session and that you need a copy of the book, man. That is powerful. It was sad, but I'm so late, but I was watching the whole time. It's crazy. We got 2 Miss Mo's, y'all. I don't know how that happened.
Hey.
What's up? Yeah, but why you on here 2 times?
I don't know. You can't hear me. You can see me twice.
Yeah, it looked like 3 people, but it's the same one. Stinker, on my IG, it's the Dear No Leader. There you go, Miss Mom. It's the Dear No Leader. I tagged him in a few of my stories. So just hit his DM up, y'all. Yay, Miss Simone, getting your copy now. Yes, absolutely. I'm gonna order some copies today. So I'm serious. Like if y'all know any adults who are, like in your household or whatever, and they want a copy, let me know. Like I'm making an order today. Like we're gonna do that. I'm getting my copy so that I can read. And I'm challenging any adult that listening to this, whether you listen to it today or next week, buy that book. Buy that book. Miss Mo, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm okay. How are you?
Man, I'm great. Did you get a chance to listen to Miss West?
I tried, man. Just know that I tried my very hardest, but no, I didn't catch a lot of it.
Oh,
Unfortunately. Dang. I know. Do a quick recap for me, unless you already did that.
Oh man. Quick recap. Just powerful story of, overcoming tremendous adversity at a young age and just still being able to see a path for yourself and to create a path, regardless of all the things that were in your way, overcoming tremendous heartbreak, tremendous setbacks. Like one of the things that really touched me was what he was talking about, his mom being so strung out on drugs that even when his sister was in the hospital, like her addiction was just so strong that she couldn't bring herself, to be there for her child that was in the hospital. And I can relate to that because I grew up around junkies and drug addicts. Like my mother, she wasn't one, but her siblings were. And, she took care of a lot of them. So I'm very, very, very familiar with that world. But I can't imagine, having my mom in that situation, and him talking about that was just crazy. And then also how he talked about he was 4 grade levels behind in school, but now he on his way to getting his master's.
Wow.
Like just very inspiring, like true definition of creating your own success. And then to be able to use that and give it back to young people. And he said, 100% of the proceeds from his book goes directly to his project of helping young people, directly to that mission. So, I'm all for that kind of stuff. So we got to order some copies.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm probably going, let me text Emma right now and see if we could potentially order how many 100 books, y'all?
I want one. Listen, you ordering the adults books too, or no?
See if we can get like a cool 200. But I mean, the adults, y'all can get one of these books. But I feel like every adult should just purchase one book, even if you just donate.
Yeah.
But if we can get a bulk order, like 200 books, yo, that'd be amazing.
That'd be hot.
Yeah. And yo, this is your quarantine gift.
Yeah,
Read this book.
read this book while we in here. Might as well, right? But also, he has a really powerful story. And just he's a powerful person in general. I've heard him speak a couple of times. So yeah, I'm glad. I think it was Taylor. Taylor was the one that recommended Mr. West.
Taylor recommended him first. Yeah.
Yeah,
Taylor recommended him first. Yeah.
So yeah, I like that, man.
Yeah. What y'all talking about? Some just 50 or 75? No, we want to order like 200. They bet kids barely read. That is true. That is true. But you know what? We're gonna have to make them read this one.
Yeah, listen. Honestly, I feel like it's worth it.
Yeah, it is. We're going to give them some incentive to read. And y'all know, I haven't announced it yet. I'm waiting to announce it. I'm definitely going to announce it soon. But people are going to be able to get paid for being involved in these success sessions. And part of one of the things that we want to require you to do is to do some community service virtually. And an example of that is going to be like reading for like 20 minutes or so, either live or in a video or posting it so that some of the younger kids can look at it. And I think, how cool would it be if that was the book that we chose to read? So like one person, so like we got to see how many pages it is, but maybe, one person read a page or two one day, and then the next day somebody, and then we just kind of keep that story going and get people involved. And I think once people start to hear the story and know what it's about, they're going to want the book. And if we got 200 on hand, here you go, the book.
Here we go. Y'all heard it. That's what's happening. That's what's
a book review too. Yeah, I like that, Cam. They keep trying to bring this number down, like 150. Yo, I'm going to see if we can get 200. We're going to start with 200. That's going to be the goal. If we can get a book in the hands of 200 young people, how powerful is that?
Right.
How powerful is that? If I had concert tickets, that would
people
be
like 250. Get 250.
About 500. Crazy, because it's a book. Y'all want to lower the number. Y'all crazy. So how are we gonna get the books free delivery? It depends. Most likely it will be free delivery. For the ones that you guys, I would suggest that anybody that's on the success session now, you hit him up directly, because it's good for him to see that you guys really are excited about it, and that you hit him up directly and you making that connection for yourself. Like, go ahead and do that. As far as the books that we get, we'll figure out a way to make sure that you guys get them. Like, that ain't no problem. Some book club on Zoom. Tell me how that go. Y'all have fun.
Listen, it can happen. It can happen. Wait a minute, hold on. Cam cut me up in the comments. Miss Mo, get it together, please. Miss Mo on time today. Y'all leave me alone, okay? Leave me alone.
That's only because you had all them screens up.
Okay, listen, that's because my computer, you know what? It don't matter what happened. What happened? I got one screen now. Y'all can hear me, y'all can see me, right?
Yes. Oh, Jordan, no, I didn't know that was you.
Jordan Brooks.
Which Jordan though? Yeah, I don't know.
That's Jordan Brooks. I can see
it is Jordan Brooks. Okay, yeah. All right, because both of the Jordans smart. Because if y'all wasn't smart, then I'd be like, oh, okay, I know which one it is, but nah. Ooh. Okay. Hey, hey, Jordan, I did not know that was you, man. But so good to have you, and such powerful questions too. Thank you so much.
I can't take this serious. Because they talk about, Bar said you hosting the book club, by the way, so get ready.
Hosting what?
The book club.
No hablo inglés. Senor.
Okay. I don't think you use senor right there, but all right. That's cool. Okay, so now she don't speak English, y'all. They talking about we gonna be sleep, we taking it.
I'm not doing this with y'all today.
No, we're not taking a nap, y'all. We're not doing a meditation where y'all can't hear it. Okay, we're not doing that today.
I'm not doing that with y'all. Oh, hold up. Can you introduce us to your leadership book? Okay, Nat. All right. Okay. Okay. Look, you put the word leadership in there. I do anything for leadership. All right.
Drop them titles. Drop those books, Miss Johnny.
Man, listen. Oh, Beats. I didn't know that was you, Beats. That Kaz, K-A-Z. Look, I know your IG names. I'm not up on the YouTube names yet though. But hey, Beats.
Hey y'all. Hey Beats. I don't think I've seen you.
Inka said she missed the name.
All right, y'all. We're gonna get over that. Okay. Because today we're talking about discipline. Okay. We're not taking no naps. We're talking about discipline today. So I'm just gonna do a couple of ways that you can discipline yourself, make sure that you're staying disciplined. And then a little bit later, I'm gonna bring somebody on to kind of talk about discipline from like a coaching perspective, from an athletic perspective, but also from like a life perspective. So yeah, no naps, wake it up. Cam said that's a good idea, Mom, for the book club. Yes, drop them books. Jordan said, yeah, I joined one of the first sessions a while back. It was a session with Miss Emma. She was helping Mar. Kayla laughing. Oh, hey, Kayla. Huh?
I said, Kayla, I ain't seen her in years.
Yes, Kayla. Welcome. And then Cam said, oh, okay. Yeah, what we talking about today? Discipline. We talking about discipline, y'all. All right, so I kind of wanted to open up with a quote because I like this quote that I kind of came across. So it says, some people regard discipline as a chore. For me, it is a kind of order that sets me free to fly. And I like that quote because like, as long as you're staying focused, as long as you're being disciplined with your goals, you know, you're inclined to reach them and you're able to determine your future that way. So which gives you the freedom to move however you want to move. So I really, really like that quote. And just kind of keep that in the back of your head as we kind of go through these things. And Ms. Joni, of course, as always, feel free to jump in whenever you feel that you need. So let's start with like kind of famous, kind of in the HeartSmiles like culture, but like your mind, right? We got to start at your mind and with your mindset. So we always talk about like getting your mindset right, the difference between like a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. If you're willing to be, you know, disciplined, if you're trying to reach some type of goal, you're going to have that growth mindset. You're going to have, you can't have a fixed mindset. I want to argue like in life at all, but in most situations, I find like you cannot have a fixed mindset. So it's important to train your mind to be able to, you know, grow into that growth mindset. But you also have to recognize that we aren't born with like self-discipline. Some people may argue that they are, but you have to actively teach yourself like to tell yourself positive things, to tell yourself things that will allow you to you know, grow in your life, reach your goals, and just kind of accomplish whatever you're trying to accomplish. And this is a daily practice, right? You can't just like, okay, today I'm gonna have a growth mindset, I'm gonna do all these things, I'm gonna make sure that I'm growing, I'm gonna accomplish all these things. You can't do it today and then tomorrow wake up and you do nothing, or you only do one thing. You have to make sure that you're practicing this day by day by day by day. That way it becomes a habit, that way it becomes a lifestyle. So just make sure that you're actively trying to do those things, okay? Stinker says she remembers the lesson on fixed and growth mindset. Yeah, I feel like it comes all the time, man. Like it comes up all the time, especially when you're talking to Miss Joni. So listen, you kind of can't make it a day without kind of getting a reference to it, but it's very, very important. So yeah, just make sure you're practicing that growth mindset and make sure that your mind in general is positive, your mindset is positive, and your mindset is moving forward and not moving back, or staying in the same place. So the next kind of thing to make sure that you're staying disciplined, set your goals. And I guess those things can be interchangeable, right? Because you have to have goals to train your mind to know kind of, where you're going and where you're headed. But you also have to be in the mindset to set goals in the first place. So kind of determine where you are, kind of determine what order you want to do those things in. I would argue that the mind kind of always comes first, but maybe that's not kind of how you're thinking right now, and that's okay. But make sure you always get to that mindset thing. But make sure you set clear goals and you make plans. What happened?
Think a plan with me, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, I caught a little bit about those leaning pizzas. What was it, yesterday? Y'all was talking about that. It's okay. Listen, we y'all, it's fine. But yeah, so you set clear goals and have a plan on how to execute them. So you have your goals. I know y'all talked about professional goals a little bit this morning. And everybody has professional goals, personal goals, just different types of goals that you want to make sure that you're reaching. So whatever you're trying to remain disciplined in, you have to have something that you're working towards. And if you have nothing that you're working towards, if you don't have a goal that you're working towards, then what are you doing? Like, it's going to be hard to complete the process because you're not going to have a process, because you're not going to have something that you're working towards. And you'll find yourself like not interested, not engaged, not focused on anything. And that's kind of not where you want to be. That's kind of where you don't want to be. So make sure you set those goals and that you make steps to attain them. So you can have the goals and make sure you have a process behind them. And what's kind of like tied into that is be very intentional. So when you're making those goals, make sure those are things that you're passionate about. Make sure those are things that can, change your surrounding communities or impact someone else positively or impact yourself positively. Like, don't just go out here just picking a goal like, I don't know, like I don't know what would be an example of like a non-productive goal, but just be very intentional and make sure that you care about the thing that you're trying to attain, because it's going to be hard for you to work towards it if you don't care anything about it. Y'all still laughing it up in these comments, I see. Know your weaknesses, and that is in line with like knowing your weaknesses as far as like things that you may not be too you're not really an expert at, and then weaknesses as far as like temptation. So I'm going to talk about like weaknesses as far as things that you might not be too good at. And it's okay to not be good at everything. It's okay to not master everything. If anything, I think Ms. Joni talked about this a little bit yesterday, like surround yourself with people that are smarter than you. Surround yourself with people that don't have the skills that do have the skills that you may lack. Because that's very important. You're learning from one another all the time. You should be learning from the people that you surround yourself with. And if you're not learning from those people, then maybe you should check the people that you surrounded yourself with. So yeah. Mine said, "Ooh, Miss Morgan, since you're not an active person, our next session, we should do a workout and you can share your screen and everybody can do a virtual workout together at home. It's fun and active." So let me maybe no, probably won't do that, but not on my session. If you want to start that, if you want to start that, that's cool. I will let y'all know I have started this group workout thing. I am working out as of yesterday, and I'm doing something today as well. So Miss Morgan is on a fitness journey as of yesterday. So everybody leave me alone. But no, hold me accountable. You're allowed to hold me accountable. You're allowed to ask me, every day, like, Miss Mom, what did you do today that was active? That'll help me out. So if y'all want to ask me that, that's cool. Martha, and it releases stress. Y'all don't like the idea. It's still gonna be a success session, just fun and active. Y'all just cut me up. I just don't understand. Anyway, Jordan said, definitely, I think it's very important to know your weaknesses because you can continuously, why are my things coming in late? Because you continuously keep at something, but if it doesn't work, that means you must not be recognizing that it may be your weakness. Yeah, absolutely, Jordan. Absolutely. So like sometimes things don't work just because you're not dedicated enough to it. And sometimes things just don't work because you may not possess that skill, and you have to be strong enough to be able to recognize that in those times. Yeah, Mar, I got it. We out here. Yeah, everybody will pass out, me included. That's why it can't be my session, because y'all can hear me like clearly. I'm gonna have to put myself on mute because I'm gonna be like huffing and puffing. Like yesterday, I was on my session and I had to put myself on mute because I was dying. Like it was just real bad. Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
It's gonna get better. That's because you've been out the game for so long.
I know.
That's all that is.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Yeah.
Fitness Fridays, Miss Joni's Fitness Fridays.
We're gonna need somebody else to lead that. Because first of all, who is getting up at like 5:45 with me? Because I'm not gonna be working out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm gonna be working out early. Like catch me at like 5:30, 5:45, like 6 o'clock in the latest. Like, yeah.
Y'all got me at 6:30. That's about the time that y'all got me at.
All right, 6:30 not that bad. 6:30 not that bad.
Jordan, whose side are you on? My sweet child. Talk about I look like I'm in a closet. I'm not in a closet.
Yo.
My sweet child, coming for me too. What y'all not gonna do is cut me up in these comments. I can't even get through what I'm talking about.
Oh no, not 5:45. This is why we need to talk more about discipline. Because when you truly have a disciplined mindset, discipline ain't necessarily going to care about the time. Discipline is going to say, all right, this is something that's important. This is something we need to get done. Let's just get it done. Let's do it. That's discipline in action.
Okay, but all right, so we got to get up at 5:45 in order to reach our fitness goals. We can't get up at 6:30.
6:30 is a compromise. Like, yeah, I feel like 6:30 is a compromise because that's like in the middle.
Okay.
So, yeah, but they talk about 6:30 p.m.
What about 12? 12 what? Sinker, 12 p.m. It's 12:24 right now. We're not doing it during my session. We not. That's off limits. You can hit up Miss Simone. Don't hit up Miss Kaitlyn because she be doing packets and stuff. But hit up somebody else.
No, we need to do it before the session starts. If that's something y'all serious about.
Early morning workouts. Whoever want to take lead of that, not Miss Mo.
And not Miss Joni.
So whoever want to take lead of that, there you go. Create it. There you go. I'll be up anyways. Kayla said she'd be up. So Kayla gonna hop on our morning workout sessions. Y'all just excuse whatever my face looks like because I'm gonna be mad about it. I'm gonna be up
Man,
and I'm gonna be mad.
everybody wants summer body with that cheesecake mentality, though.
Not cheesecake mentality. All right, y'all. Let's hop back into this, right? So you can definitely apply discipline to working out. If you have your fitness goals, you're gonna have to, because I feel like working out and exercise, especially if you have fitness goals, takes it's a lot of mind work, but it's also a lot of physical work. So you're gonna have to be disciplined in order to do something like that. So let's kind of hop back into like knowing your weaknesses. So definitely know the skills that you don't possess. If you don't possess those skills, it doesn't mean you can't possess those skills. You absolutely can, but just recognize that you may not have them right now. And work to try to gain those skills, but also, bring in other people to kind of help you out if you need it. And then as far as like temptation, right? So weaknesses as far as temptation. So if you know that your phone is, a distraction for you, is something that you just, that you can't get off of right there. When you're working towards your goals, you're gonna have to eliminate your phone. Not like eliminate, like don't turn it off, don't use it, but like if you physically need to move it out of the space that you're trying to work in. So if you need to move it into another room or like put it in a drawer, put it on do not disturb. There are features on your phone so that you won't get those notifications, so that you won't be tempted to pick up that phone. And then I'm sorry. And then people have different other forms of temptation, but just kind of recognize like those things that may be tempting you to not be focused on your goals and eliminate them. Not limit them, literally eliminate them when you're working towards your goals. What are y'all talking about in these comments? What is going on?
They dumb. I'm not with them, none of them.
What is going on? I can do 6:30 and then go back to sleep after. Oh my goodness.
That's why I wasn't bothering you with these comments. That's why I was.
My God.
We talking about weaknesses, discipline.
This is a perfect example. Y'all are not being disciplined right now. We moved on from the workout stuff. We moved on. Y'all do it. Get the steps to do it. Create the platform to do it. Just do it. Stop talking about it. Just do it. Y'all cracking me up though, but just go ahead and do it. And then the last thing I'm kind of gonna wrap up as far as me just like talking about like different things that you can just do to discipline yourself. Recognize that you will fail. And that was one of my like jewels yesterday about kind of failure, but recognize that you will fail. You won't reach your goals without that failure. If you do reach your goals without that failure, let me know how you did it. I don't know if that's even possible. And then when you fail, make sure that you're forgiving yourself. A lot of times when people fail, they're really, really hard on themselves, criticize themselves. Other people criticize them. Other people create, negative spaces for them. But make sure that you forgive yourself. Don't beat yourself up too bad. And just, take it and learn from it and move forward. And that's kind of like what you need to do as far as your failures. Yeah, Miss Joni, do you have anything to add?
Well, I mean, I think most people already know kind of how I feel about failure, but just to reiterate, like for me, failure is the only way to get to success, because failures teach you the lessons that you need to learn, and failures really test your ability to keep getting up and to try again. And when you are failing, you know that you at least trying. Like it's the people that sit on the sidelines that got so much to say about how you doing it wrong, and you're supposed to do it like this, that, and the third, yet they not doing nothing at all. So
yeah, oh man. Yeah, man. People love to talk, y'all.
It
People
burned me up.
love to talk, especially like, and the biggest example I can think of that would like apply to this is like when you might have your single friends like telling you like about somebody that you might be with, or your single friends trying to tell you like how to be in a relationship, but you're not in one. And I mean, I know, like, you know, people learn, you know, from their failed relationships or whatever. But like, you had people that ain't never been in a relationship before, like ever, and they like, oh girl, or oh boy, you need to do this, you need to do this and that. Do I? Because what experience or what value can you bring to that conversation? And that's like just a fun example, but this happens professionally, personally, just kind of like in all aspects of your life. Like people just want to talk and tell you what not to do and what you're doing wrong, but they can't speak from experience or from a place of love or from a place of like them just going through it themselves. They're speaking from a place, some people are speaking from a place of like evil, or some people are trying to like make sure that you don't attain your goals, and you just have to like know the difference between those kind of things.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I mean, just to speak very minimally on like that type of situation, like, you know, I am kind of one of those people too, but only when people ask for my advice. So I'm a person who is single. And when people that's not single try to get my advice, I let them know. But I'm single by choice, not because I have to be. So, you know, no, I'm just saying, it's definitely single by choice, not because I have to be, but like a lot of it just be for me, just like simple stuff. Like if you already don't get along with a person, you know, why be in a relationship with them? If y'all already don't have goals that align, why waste your time with somebody like that? Like, and you know, of course, being older, you know, I've had an opportunity to, you know, learn lessons and to be in situations and stuff like that. And, you know, it just helps you to inform your decision. But man, we got a lot of dummies out there right now, man. The blind leading the blind in some of these relationships. And it's just like, yo, you frustrated at them. Why? You already knew who they was. But
definitely. And you just have to know like the difference. So I wasn't saying like, you know, single people can't advise people in relationships, because you've been in relationships before. Like some people have been in relationships before and had those experiences, but some people have not been in anything or have been in like one or like whatever, and they can't speak like on those things. So that's kind of what I was getting at. But yeah. So I'm gonna read through some of these comments, but right now I'm gonna ask my guest to log on, and I'll give a brief introduction. There he is. Y'all, this is TJ, Coach TJ, and he's gonna introduce himself, but he's my godbrother and my cousin also. So yeah, man.
Hey, Coach TJ.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Not much, man. Just trying to make sure we stay safe.
I know that's right. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Let me read some of these comments, and then we can get into you speaking a little bit. All right.
All right, gotcha.
All right. So phones are a big distraction. I don't know these people in these comments. Okay, Stinker. Back to the distractions. That's when you distracted yourself. Back on the distraction, your mind can also be a distraction too. I feel like fear and anxiety can be a distraction. Definitely. Like fear, man, fear will overcome you if you let it. And definitely anxiety too. So try not to let those things, or learn ways to kind of manage those things if those are things that you're struggling with. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's okay to fail. So as long as you learn from it, people make mistakes every day, but those who are able to get back up from their failures, that speaks to their personality and their character. Absolutely, Jordan. I like that. I like that. Yes, they love to talk and they worried about your life more than they worried about theirs. So people need to learn, people need some self-respect for themselves and do not need to give up. Failure is a choice, not the problem. Yes, Mar, absolutely.
Yeah, can I say one thing about that before you move on to the next comment? Because that's
Yeah.
important. So just real
Yeah.
quick, people will push their failures on you too, especially if you say you want to do something that they tried to accomplish, but they wasn't successful in that, then they'll tell you all the reasons why you can't be successful. So I think like that's important, especially older people when it comes to younger people. Like older person is listening to this young grasshopper, oh yeah, you got all these big dreams, and they're going to try to just swap you down because they didn't achieve their dreams.
Yeah,
So that's real. Good point, Ma.
absolutely, Mar. I like that. Um, Miss Joni got woes. I'm crying.
No mind. Ain't them no
And
mind.
Jordan said, it also depends on how deep that failure is. Some people are very strong and are able to keep it moving even through the tough failures, but strength is involved too. How well can you come back from a failure?
Can
Yeah,
I say
Jordan, you just dropping them, huh?
can I say something to that?
Of course.
I was just reading a book, and I think it's funny that we're talking about failure, right? So somebody said that failure is not the destination. So that's Jordan saying that like you learn from those mistakes. Like that's just a step in the ultimate goal that you're trying to reach or whatever it is. Like if you gotta go ahead and try for it. If you fail at one time, like that's not the end of it. That's not what you're reaching for. So just keep pushing and keep moving.
Yeah, I like that.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And they just saying hi to you. So go ahead and kind of introduce yourself, and say what you do, and then we can get into kind of what you're going to talk about today.
All right. Well, my name is TJ Prelo. As Morgan said, I'm her godbrother and her cousin. More like brother and sister. Right now I am an adjunct instructor at Wilson College, which means I teach classes. That's all. And then I'm a basketball coach at Wilson College. I'm the men's assistant.
Okay. All right. So, and so just kind of talk about like discipline as far as like from an athlete's, well, from a coach's perspective, and reaching kind of your personal goals, and then talk about why it's important for an athlete to be disciplined. And then you can kind of like talk about like how it's important for a person just to be disciplined in general in order to attain their goals.
Well, if you think about any goal that you have or anything that you plan on doing, if you just have a dream and you don't put the action to it, it's just a waste of space in your brain, right? So you talk about like some people write out their goals or whatever. Like you got to actually take the action, take the steps towards whatever you're trying to reach, and that's what discipline is. I know for me, it's interesting being a coach. You think about like you got a lot of free time, right? So with the free time, you can make something of it, or you cannot make something of it. All right. And if you got a good job, you'll stay around for a long time and you don't have to really put in the work. But if you want to be successful in that position, you actually have to do the work, right? So like for me, the discipline is like not just sitting around and watching basketball, which a lot of coaches do. The discipline comes in and all right, I'm watching, but let me learn from it. Or my phone is next to me and I'm not really doing anything right now. So let me reach out to some coaches that I know and learn something from them, or let me reach out to some recruits. Because like recruiting is the whole game as a college basketball coach. Like if you don't bring in good players, you can't be successful at all. You'll be fired in the next year or two. So that's what discipline for me is just being active, always being active in what I'm trying to do, take those small steps towards my goal.
Okay. And like, what do you tell your athletes as far as like discipline and the importance of discipline, and how does that How does that help them become better athletes?
So I don't know if anybody who's listening or watching knows like the way the NCAA works, right? But Division III, which is the level I coach at, we have a specific set of rules that's like, it's kind of weird. So Division I and Division II, they can practice with their coaches pretty much all year round, right? Or like they can work with certain coaches throughout the year. In Division III, you can only work with a coach from October 15th till about March the 6th. And like that's it. You know, no more contact with your coach over basketball. Like you can talk to them, but you can't work with them and can't be on the floor with them. So on our level, discipline means a lot. I tell my players all the time, you got 24 hours in a day. What you gonna do with it? Like, no, I'm not telling you 22 hours of the day, you know, you're in the gym and dribbling the ball or shooting the ball, because you know you gotta have balance in your life. But if you're not disciplined in what you, because we didn't make you play basketball, right? Like if you're not disciplined in trying to achieve your goals, you're not setting small goals for yourself, taking action on, taking small steps, and like getting the gym in the morning, make sure you eat right, make sure you sleep right. If you're not doing that, then when the next year rolls around, I'm disciplined in my job as a coach. I got to recruit, and I got to recruit players that are better than you. So if you don't get better, then you get replaced, and that's the ugly reality of it, but it's the truth.
Okay. So do you think people should always, at least when it comes to like being an athlete, should you be worried about like being replaced? Is that something that you should like be focused in on, or should you just be disciplined just for your own like personal and athletic growth?
Well, you got to think about it. I mean, your athletic career may last 4 years, and that's it, right? Like you that's it. It lasts for as long as you can play it, and your body wears down. You get older. Sometimes you're not good enough for the next level or whatever, right? But you teach lessons. You learn lessons through whatever sport, track, basketball, baseball, football. You learn lessons through it, right? So you think about it. You got to get up. You got to go to practice. You got to do your individual workouts and stuff like that. It's just like having a job, right? So you get up. You got to do whatever you got to do at work, and you got to make sure you do that every day. So, I mean, I wouldn't say look at it as, hey, I got to do this so I'm gonna get replaced. Because I mean, that's not healthy. I don't think that's healthy, but you got to do what you got to do for you. You got to take care of yourself. And the same way that coach may be thinking, I got to take care of myself. I got to be disciplined and put in my work. So, don't look at it like, hey, I'm getting chased by somebody else. But at the same time, you do want to push yourself so that you can stay around or make yourself serviceable.
Got you. Ms. Joni, I do have another question to ask him, but did you have any questions that you wanted to ask him at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I want to know, like, what advice would you give to a young person who's considering being a student athlete? Like, what should they be doing, like, right now in, like, their 11th grade year or senior year to prepare for that, especially if they've already realized that they kind of behind and they haven't been doing what they should have been doing? How can they start now?
Well, it's 2020 and we got an interesting story right now, the quarantine, right? So you got to be safe in what you're doing, but push yourself, right? Like I said it earlier, it's 24 hours in a day. Use that time wisely. I know for basketball players, the best thing that you can do is learn the game. And I guess that would apply to any sport. You learn what it is that you're trying to do. Watch high level things where you can say, hey, this guy does this and maybe I should add it to my game. And the next thing is just kind of lock in on what you're doing for yourself. Because a lot of times people chase their dream of being a student athlete just because somebody else wants to do it, or like their parents push them, or like, hey, it's time for you to start trying to be a college basketball player. It's not for everybody, and you got your own goals. Do what you want to do. And if you want to do it, hit it 100%, reach out to different coaches. Like I have a Twitter that I use, and I only use it for coaching. I don't use it at all for personal use, where people send me videos of themselves playing, or they send me their GPAs, because you just said it's student athlete. It's not the other way around. Like I get all of that information through the internet, and that's a wonderful resource. You might as well use it, right? reach out to people and stay in the gym or whatever your arena is that you use, and just be active in your development.
Right.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm gonna read some of these things. They still talking about this book club, so I'm just going just going go scroll right past that right now.
No, but I think they was asking what book he was reading, because he said he was reading the book, but he didn't say the title. Yeah.
So the book,
okay, what's the book you reading? See,
it's called Beyond Basketball by Mike Krzyzewski. He is the coach at Duke University. And I'm just be honest. A lot of people say, TJ, man, all you worry about is basketball. Like, it's a large part of my life, you know, and I focus in on it. So I try to apply things that I learned from basketball to whatever else. So I think it made perfect sense to read Beyond Basketball. You know, it's talking about the game, but the small adjectives that you should have for yourself, or key words that you need, being a person, being a coach, being a father, a mother, whatever.
okay, all right. Okay, yeah, they were asking. My bad. Yes, Kim, and it can be a paid opportunity. Leadership books, a paid opportunity to read books.
I need that.
Yeah. We're leading real intellectual sessions with this book club. Yeah, it sounds like y'all gonna have to do it, because this workout and this book club thing seems like a thing y'all gonna have to do. Writing internalizes it in your mind. Yeah, absolutely. So if you write it down, you put it down, you can see it. It's definitely easier to do it. Everybody asking where Shalaw's at. I don't know. I don't know where he is.
The main this conversation.
Shala, TJ, real quick, Shala has his own coaching business. If you want to say, yeah, so mentoring through basketball, changing lives. So he coaches at Matthew A. Henson with some of the girls there, coaches the girls team, and I mean, they're not playing right now, obviously, but it's incorporating mentoring into like basketball and the game and how it relates to the game, and kind of like dealing with their personal issues too. So
we might need
that's what he did. Yeah, no, he had asked me about you a couple weeks ago, because he follows you on Instagram.
Okay.
But so he knew, he was like, is that you? And I was like, yeah, he related to me. So so yeah, no, I don't know where he is though. But yeah, so yeah, where's Shala? He gotta listen to this. Mar said, how can we control the food that we eat? And how can we stay fit? And how can we mentally help ourselves with physical workouts? So that's like a 3-part question.
All right. Well, now look, as a young person, it's hard to control what you eat, because you're probably not buying it, right? Like, that's the case, right? But you can control portions. And as an athlete, I know for me, a lot of people, they eat less, but as an athlete, you burn a lot more calories, so you should eat more. Don't fall for the 3 meals a day thing. You kind of got to eat more, because you're burning off the calories. And then, I mean, I said it before, the internet is a wonderful resource. If you want to work out and you want to stay fit, you can find tons and tons of information on the internet about working out. Now, everything may not work for you, but you just got to find what works for you and go with it. I mean, like I said, I like to look at the top of the top. So I watch the guys in the NBA, and I steal their workouts, man. Just being honest, you steal it and do whatever they doing, so you can reach that level of success. What was the second part of the question? I skipped that.
So how you answer, how can we control what we eat? How can we stay fit? How can we mentally help ourselves with physical workouts? So how can you put yourself in the right headspace to get through your workouts and reach your physical goals?
Everybody's different. Morgan worked out with me yesterday, and I turned on some old jazz music, and for me that works, right? So, you know, I listen to the music and I kind of tune everything else out, and I just get after it, and it's fun for me. It's a stress reliever, right? For some people, you know, you might not need music. Some people you need a partner. But I think the best thing, the most important thing you need is accountability. So whether that's a partner, somebody to hold you accountable, or if you have like somebody said, write things down. Maybe if you write it down and make it one of those things that's mandatory for yourself, and you see it all the time, you can get it done. So, I mean, it's different, but you got to find what works for you. But the first thing I would try is accountability. Find somebody who can hold you accountable and not let you slip, because a lot of us will let each other slip.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm kind of gonna talk about like what gets me through, and I'm talking about in terms of like workouts. TJ definitely saw this yesterday, but like I have to like joke around when I do it, and that's not a joke as like a distraction to other people, but I have to like make things funny in my mind. And I'm not like going around like literally putting myself on other people or like trying to distract people or anything like that. But I literally have to have fun with it, because that's the only way I'm gonna get through it. I'm gonna be honest, when they called me, my face was not happy. Even though I knew I had to work out at 1 o'clock. I knew that on I knew that on Wednesday that they would have called me at 1 o'clock to work out, but I was mad about it. But then I realized I was with my family, so that's a bonus, number one. And then I just kind of like had fun through it. And then that's what got me through it. So it's definitely a thing that you have to kind of determine for yourself. Yeah. Ms. Johnny, comments, questions, concerns?
Yeah, no, y'all covering it. This is great. I love it.
Okay. So to kind of end off, TJ, kind of talk a little bit more about your personal and professional goals, and kind of like what you did to remain disciplined, or what you're doing to remain disciplined in order to attain those.
All right, so my personal goal is really, really, really in depth, but I'll just give you kind of the big picture. I want to coach men's basketball at the Division I level, but not like at Duke or North Carolina. I want to coach at HBCU, and I want to kind of change things over, change the perception on HBCU basketball and sports in general. But I wanted to share, I had an interesting kind of introduction to coaching. So I knew that was my goal at a young age. I knew that I wanted to coach at HBCU very young. And I took all of the steps playing wise to network and make that possible. But when I graduated college, I was 22 years old, and I came home, and I went to a junior college for my second and third years of college. So when I went to that school, I played for this coach, and I love him dearly. His name is Randy Gregory. He's a mentor to me, like a second father. And he was diagnosed with ALS while I was playing for him. So when I came back to help coach with him, I wasn't getting paid anything. I was getting $1,000 for the entire year. And I hope y'all got some type of idea on what money is. $1,000 is nothing. That $1,000 was for a job that was basically duties as assigned. So whatever they asked, I had to do. On top of being a helper for my coach who had ALS, who couldn't walk, he couldn't write, he couldn't do a lot of things. So with my goal in the back of my mind, I took that opportunity to learn at every single opportunity, like every chance I could use, I took it, right? So my coach said, hey, we're having a meeting, but TJ, you don't have to be here because, maybe you got to go to your actual job. No, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna learn something. And that was me knowing, like I was disciplined enough to not pass up on opportunities for knowledge and not pass up on opportunities to attempt things that a head coach would attempt. And I had some failures. I never forget, we lost our first 2 games because of me that year. But I took the chances and I really wanted to do it. So I was disciplined in every opportunity to learn, and I was at every practice. If it was something that I didn't have to be at, like watching film or going to scout another team, like I did it anyway because I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I knew my goal. And I mean, like, that's always been my goal. So I can't let it go. Can't miss out on chances. And I just hit it hard for me.
So I guess that's a personal and professional goal all wrapped up in one. Okay. Are there any other goals that you kind of want to speak on, and kind of how you're seeing discipline to do those things or to attain those things?
Well, not sure if everybody else knows I have a son, and I want to be the best father I can possibly be. The situation that I'm in is maybe not my favorite situation, with me and his mother not being together. So it is what it is. I want to raise him the best I possibly can. I want to always be there. I want to be the dad that's like at spelling bees or like every parent teacher conference. And I want to always be there for every step of his life. So that takes discipline too. I know the nights when it's easy to just drop him off with my parents or whatever and just go out and do whatever I want to do. Like, I'm home and I'm learning and I'm understanding my son. Or if it's something that I don't know, I make sure I reach out or I read something. Like, I really want to do this father thing, and any young guys that want to be fathers, man, like, hit it hard. We don't have enough good fathers out here that actually care about their son. And it's not just a check or just somebody to live their dreams through. Like, hit it hard. If you want to be a father, man, enjoy it, love it, and learn about it. It takes work, man. My favorite father in the world is my grandfather. You know that. So I pick his brain at every single opportunity, and I don't miss steps. So if I'm not working on coaching, if I'm not doing some me time where I'm working on myself, I'm trying to be a better father.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can definitely kind of speak on that because I watch him. I watch him definitely kind of look at his son and just, y'all haven't seen it, but when TJ looks at his son, his face, his whole everything just lights up like all the time. And he's definitely committed to being the best dad that he possibly can be for his son. So yeah, man, thank you so much, TJ, for coming on with us and kind of, talking about some of the experiences that you're having and that you've had. And we thank you so much. Kind of one last question. Mar said, what's the hardest part of being a basketball coach?
The hardest part, it's actually the most fun part, I guess. It's hard. It's very hard, but networking and you get to meet a ton of people. You get to meet a ton of new people, and that's fun. But it's a hard thing because you have to make sure you maintain yourself. A lot of times, coaches lose who they actually are, and they get caught up in like their circles or whatever. You got to stay true to who you are and not cheat kids, or like sometimes you get a kid he had a rough upbringing, or he or she, or maybe a kid is spoiled. Like, it could be the complete opposites, but you have to make sure that you don't cheat them and you give them what they need. And that it sucks when you got to meet 10,000 new people in a year, and every time you meet a new person, you got to learn how to deal with them. It's fun, but I mean, that's tough because everybody is different. People think just because it's a basketball player, well, it's just a basketball player. No, it's not true, because they're a person too. So you got to learn how to deal with all different types of people.
Yeah, man. All right. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having
me. You're welcome. Okay. Yeah, no, thank you so much for coming. Miss Joni, you have anything that you would like to end on?
Man, I just want to highlight one thing that he said that I thought was so key, was where he talked about he didn't go to a paying job, even though it wasn't a lot of money, but he refused a paying job to be somewhere where he wasn't getting paid, but he was getting the knowledge and the experience that he wanted. And I just thought that right there was so powerful. And it speaks to what we say a lot of times, like, stop just jumping for $1. Like, see what type of experience and what, you know, type of opportunity that's going to be and how it's connected to your version of success. And sometimes $1 won't be connected to that at that particular time. But I just really appreciate you saying that, because it just reaffirms that you got to be smart enough to know that knowledge is greater than $1. And if you got an opportunity to choose knowledge over $1, choose the knowledge every single time, because then the money will come.
Yep.
Thank you so much for that. Your story is really, really inspiring.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, if y'all want to follow, you know, him or anything like that, you could definitely reach out to me. I don't know if I drop it. I don't know how to do Instagram, but should I drop your Instagram name in the thing? I don't know, man. But yeah, real quick, Cam said the knowledge and experience can be worth way more than money. Put yourself in some fulfilling positions. Oh, I like that. I definitely like that, Cam. Definitely on the money with that. All right,
man. I appreciate y'all having me, man.
Thank you so much.
Love
TJ.
you. Thank you.
Love you too.
Yo, this has been a great session. It's been a great day, man. Thank you so much for bringing TJ on. That was very enlightening. On that note, though, it is an opportunity, and I posted it. Beats, I think you might have followed up on it, but you might have been like one of the only people who followed up on it. But it's an opportunity for young people in Baltimore to be a part of a book that they're writing. And this book is basically capturing the experiences of young people, teenagers specifically, in this whole Rona situation. This is going to be a part of Baltimore's history for generations and years and years and years to come. And it is so disheartening, because I know if I would have put on that post, all right, you're going to get $25 for writing a one pager or whatever to be in this book, people probably would have jumped on it. But like, I'm not doing that, because the value that you are going to get by being listed as an author in something that's about to be so big is far greater than a quick $25 or a quick $30, even $100. But I just say that to say, like, man, don't pass up opportunities just because it's not $1 involved. And even if you don't want to be an author or a poet or whatever like that, you have something to contribute. You can write a one-page story about how Rona is impacting you, or how you feel Rona has changed the world, or whatever the case may be, and have your name in something that's going to be valuable, and use that on your resume and as part of your story as something that you did. And you just never know how many other opportunities will be open as a result of that one thing. Like, I appreciate him for hitting on that. So if anybody wants to write one page and be included in this book that they're doing, the book is going to be amazing. I'm going to drop the email address. All you got to do is email them, tell them Ms. Joni sent you. All you got to do is write a one pager on how Rona is affecting you, affecting your community, and that's it.
That's it.
Oh, he still hasn't hit me back at the right number. You know what, Beast, I ain't even gonna lie. It might have been me. I might have gave you the wrong number. I'm so sorry. But I'm about to put the email in there, like, right now.
Okay. They said we should have got him to drop a jewel. My bad, Kim. You right. I should have said something. As far as him dropping a jewel, but it's okay, because you know I have a very simple jewel to drop with y'all. I'm prepared today, y'all. I was not late, and I have a date.
Yeah.
So here we go. I reached out to him and he sent me back. The number was wrong. She posted it again. Oh yeah, because it was like 410 instead of the 443, right? With that number.
Yeah, and I might have still got it wrong after that. Y'all know I'm old, y'all. Blame it on me being old.
It's okay. All right, y'all. So sorry, we're over time a little bit. I apologize. But so the jewel for today is just to be intentional. Be intentional with everything that you're doing. Be intentional with every opportunity that you decide to take. And that's my jewel for today. See y'all Monday.
Yeah, man, listen, I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This was amazing. Um, man, when we back? At 2 o'clock. So y'all got a nice little break. And we coming back with
2 o'clock.
Miss Kaitlyn. Yeah. All things academic. Bring them work packets, bring all y'all academic stuff. She getting people on grade level, y'all. It's been amazing to watch. And if you have, yeah, right. If you have anything specific academically that you want to talk about it, if you can DM her beforehand, like send her the problem or the question or whatever the case may be, DM her, and she'll have it already prepared. And if you want to come on to talk about something academic, let me know and I'll send you the link so that way you can join and you can talk to her directly and we can get it done. So appreciate that. Can't say she learned from her mistakes, y'all. Like,
listen, I had to.
Yeah.
Because yesterday was a big sale. Everybody know it. I had to.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like this. I'm going to write based on my experience in these meetings, success sessions, and what I've been doing. Yeah, man, listen, get your name on a piece of history. That's going to be amazing.
It is.
Get your name on a piece of history. Like, yo, and at this age, too, so powerful. Yeah. So powerful.
Yeah, when Miss England was talking about earlier in the week, like heartbeats are just different.
Different, yo.
Y'all just different. Like,
different.
Y'all have all these opportunities and all these skills that y'all are always gaining, man. All these things. Oh,
absolutely.
I'm so proud of y'all.
Right. And Ma, you jump on your group chat too and tell everybody in that group chat, man, submit just a 1-page. It ain't gotta be nothing long. 10 sentences, y'all. Submit that to that email address and tell them Miss Joni sent y'all. Like, show them what y'all doing and what y'all about. Like, it's a big deal, man. It's a big deal. Yay. I see y'all back at 2, Miss Kaitlyn, for academics. We'll see you back Monday.
Yep.
All right. I'll see y'all later then. 2 o'clock.
See y'all. Love y'all.
Hey, hey.
Hi.
Hey, Miss Kaitlyn. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Man, we are in here.
We are. Give me 1 second. I'm going to connect my headphones really quick.
Yeah, take your time. Y'all, we are back with Miss Kaitlyn, academic, getting y'all on grade level.
We're doing our best.
Yes, man. Yes. We got to mention too the thing you and Miss England gonna work on, the philanthropy tank.
Yeah. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, for sure. I think we'll have some committed folks.
Cool. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, like a nice little small group that we can kind of work with. We just gotta narrow down the schedule. I don't want to jack up too much of your time.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's important to talk about too, because I mean, this is a funding opportunity. What Miss Joni and I are talking about right now is a funding opportunity for people, for young people, if they have a project in mind that is for, I'm gonna say, quote unquote, social good. So anything that's like good for Baltimore, then you can apply for this money and you can possibly get up to $10,000 to do this project. And so we're gonna have more details about that later once we get a time when we can all meet virtually. So yeah, it's exciting.
That is very exciting. Yes, I can't wait. I can't wait. I think we're gonna have some great projects out of that type of stuff too.
Oh, me too. Especially, I feel like now people's brains are turning and thinking about things that they could be doing. So that's awesome.
Exactly, man. Shoo. Did anybody put any academic stuff in your inbox?
Mar did, which is good. Uh-oh, what's happening? Hold on, I just got on the YouTube channel.
Oh.
I don't know why I'm so bad at this. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. Did you send Mar the link by chance?
No, he didn't ask me for it, but you know what? I can send it to him.
Can you send it to him just so that he can get on and because he was the one who was talking about needing help with some algebra stuff today.
Oh, cool. I kind of like algebra a little bit now. Just a little teeny bit. Just a little teeny bit.
Cool. Well, hopefully I can tell you something today that will make you like it even a little bit more. So.
All right, let me send this to him.
Okay, then we can get started.
Man, were you watching any of our sessions earlier?
No, I didn't get to. Were they awesome?
You gotta watch the one with Mr. Wesley.
Really?
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love.
And what was he talking about?
You're gonna appreciate it. His topic was discovering your greatness, but he kind of took us through his personal journey and just talking about how his mom was a drug addict. 4 grade levels behind in school. He was selling drugs, at an early age, and just all that stuff that he had to go through. And now he has a successful organization helping young people. And he's currently pursuing his master's degree. So it's just, I know, right? So it was so inspiring. So we're trying to order some of his books for some of the kids. So
wait, he wrote a book?
He wrote a book.
What?
You gotta when you get some time, you gotta go back and watch it. You're gonna be glued to the TV.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. And a lot of people tuned in?
Oh my God, yeah. And a bunch of kids already said we gotta have a part 2. So
that's amazing.
We gotta make sure it just so inspiring how he was able to use everything that they threw against him and use it for good and to still come out and do something good with it. Yeah. And he got real personal in his story. Like, I mean, even talking about how when his sister was like cutting herself up, and their mother, she was so the drug addiction was so powerful. She didn't even go to the hospital to go and see her daughter who needed her at that time. Like,
Yeah.
just powerful, powerful story, and how he had to step up. It was,
Yeah, I'm so glad he got to share that stuff. I'm so glad that everyone was tuning in too. That's an important story to hear.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everybody was saying part two.
Yeah. So okay, well, I'll definitely have to watch it. It sounds like it was really inspiring and awesome.
Yes, for sure.
Cool. Okay. Well, I guess I can get started. Did Mar get back to you about if he's gonna get on or not? I haven't seen if he's
no, I sent it to him, but he didn't reply yet. Let me see.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. We can get started anyways.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me see. Can you see my screen or not?
I mean, it's blank right now. Yeah, it's black.
Huh, weird. Let me see.
Oh, Ma said he here.
Oh, cool. Unplug and plug back in.
Ma, did you want to get on with your algebra stuff? I sent you the link to your DM if you wanted to.
There we go. Okay, you can see it now, right?
Yeah, diamond factoring method.
Yeah, diamond factoring method. Okay, so this was a special request to talk about this diamond factoring method. And it looks like this. Okay, so we're gonna get to this in just a minute. But before we do that, I kind of wanted to just talk really briefly about why this is important. Because sometimes I feel like math especially can feel so disconnected from the real world that we don't really know why we're like talking about these numbers and letters. So I just wanted to start by talking about like what is the factoring method and why the heck are we doing it. So the diamond factoring method is a method of factoring, okay? And so what does that mean? It helps us to solve what we call difficult polynomials. Okay, so I want to highlight these things right here. These are called polynomials, okay? And their polynomials just means like many terms. So this part, poly, this means many. Okay, and then the nomials part basically means terms. Okay, and when I'm talking about terms, I'm talking about these things, the x squared, the x, and the 12. Those are terms. Okay, and so a polynomial is just an equation that has multiple terms in it. Hey Mar.
Hey Ma.
Y'all see me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you that's my cousin.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm just giving a little bit of background, Mar, and then we're gonna jump into solving these, doing the diamond factoring method. But I just wanted to talk really quickly about why this was important. And so these are polynomials right here. And then when I say difficult, this word difficult, what I mean is that this diamond factoring method will help us solve the polynomials that look like this, that have a number in front of the x squared, because this one right here, these are actually they're simpler to solve and we can do those pretty quickly, pretty easily. But these that have a number in front of the x squared, those are the tougher ones. And so we need special methods in order to do that. And that's why we're doing this. The next question really quick that I wanted to talk about was, am I ever gonna have to use this in real life? And the answer is yes, actually. So you probably won't have to like factor them out, but these polynomials, these equations pop up everywhere. And so I just wanted to give a quick example of if you had a business, right? And you started a business and say you're in year 1. And so looking at this graph, I have like the years that you are gonna have a business: first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, right? And then on the y-axis right here, I have the amount of money that you're gonna earn all the way from 0 to $100,000, right? And say that you're in year 1 right here, and you make, let's say, $10,000, okay? And then you go on to year 2 and you make $20,000. Basically what this shows you, you can write an equation that says, if I want to make $100,000 by year 5, right here, what do I have to make every year in order to reach my goal, right? And if I plot all of those points like this, and I draw a line, this orange line and this one that I'm highlighting, this line is represented by an equation that is a polynomial equation. Okay, so you can actually you can figure out an equation that will tell you how much money you have to make each year in order to reach your goal. Okay, so whenever you see a graph like this is actually showing you a polynomial. Okay, so polynomials are not just this thing that are going to disappear after high school. They keep coming back, and you might not see the equation, but you'll see the effects of it like this. Okay, so I just wanted to give a little background on why polynomials are important in the first place. Okay, that said, let's jump into the diamond factoring method. Okay, so Mar, I wrote down some of the equations from your packet. And so I'll just walk us through a couple of those, and then I'll have you walk us through some of them, okay? So the diamond factoring method actually uses a diamond, okay? There's a diamond shape, and there are 4 sections to the diamond, okay? The things that they give us in the equations, like this one down here, they give us the top, and they give us the bottom of the diamond, okay? I'm gonna zoom in, and this diamond, what it says is the top is a product, and the product means that it's the result of 2 numbers that are multiplied. And then the bottom is a sum, or it's the result of 2 numbers that were added together. Okay, so when we do this, what we're looking for are these 2. We're looking for the sides of the diamond, our factor 1 and our factor 2. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna find 2 numbers that multiply together to make the top number, and they add together to make the bottom number. Okay, so let's do an example of this. So our example is we have a 24 on top and we have a 10 at the bottom. Okay, so what we want to do is find 2 numbers that multiply to equal 24. And we want to find 2 numbers that add together to make 10. Okay, and we want these 2 numbers, the ones that multiply to equal 24 and the ones that add to equal 10, we want those to be the same numbers, and we're going to put those numbers here and here. Okay, so the way that we do this is by finding the, and you've heard this before, the greatest common factor. Okay, so in our last session, we went over what the greatest common factor is, and that just means the 2 numbers that, wait, are we finding the greatest common factor here? Well, we are finding a factor, so let's just write them out. So if I want to find 2 numbers that add up to 24, or that multiply to equal 24 and add up to 10, I'm going to find all the factors of 24 first. Okay, so if I do 24 times 1, that equals 24. If I do 12 times 2, that equals 24. Okay, 8 times 3, that equals 24. And 6 times 4, that equals 24. Okay, I could try to keep going, right? I could do 4 and 6, 3 and 8, 2 and 12, and 1 and 24. But these are just repeats, right? We see that 1 and 24 are the same as 24 and 1. So we don't have to actually do those. So we can erase all those bottom numbers, and all we need to do are 24, 1, 12, 2, 8, 3, and 6, 4. Okay, so we found all the numbers that multiply to equal 24. Okay, the next step then is to see which of these numbers add up to equal 10. So I'm just going to add them up. 24 plus 1 is 25. Does that equal 10? No. 12 plus 2 equals 14. Does that equal 10? No. 8 plus 3 equals 11. Does not equal 10. And 6 plus 4 equals 10, which, ding, 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 we found our answer. Okay, so we found two numbers that multiply together to make 24 and add together to make 10. So I'm going to write those in green, and we have 6 and 4. Okay, so yeah, this is what you need to do. This is how you need to fill out those diamonds. And I think that's the end. We don't have to do any more than that. But let me double check the instructions on your sheet. Yeah, it just says fill in the missing values. So you've filled in the 2 missing values, and remember that these values they multiply to equal 24 and they add up to equal 10. Okay, Mara, are you with me? Can you just give me a thumbs up or pop your head in really quick?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So let's go through one more, and then I'm going to ask you to try the next one on your own. Okay, so in this one we have 32 and 18.
Can you go up real quick?
Yeah.
All right, can you explain this real quick? The 24 plus 1 that equals 25. So we have to factor that thing.
No, you don't have to factor that. That part of it is when you're trying to find two numbers that add up to equal 10. Okay, so you found the factors of 24, and now you're adding them together to see if they equal 10.
Wait, I'm confused. Can you repeat that?
So let me write them out again. So when I did this step, I was finding the factors of 24. So factors of 24. And remember that a factor are two numbers that multiply together to make this number. So 24 times 1 equals 24. Right? So 24 and 1 are factors of 24. Okay. 12 times 2 equals 24. So 12 and 2 are factors of 24. And then if I keep going, 8 and 3, 8 times 3 equals 24. So 8 and 3 are factors. And then 6, sorry, I'm writing a star instead of an X. 6 times 4 equals 24. And so 6 and 4 are also factors. Okay, so are you following me up until this point, Mar?
Yes.
Okay, so now that you have all the possible combinations, basically 2 of these numbers out of the ones in our list, so I'm gonna erase this part. 2 of the numbers from our list, and this list is the same as this list. 2 of these numbers are going to go right here and right here in your diamond. But how do you know which 2 of them to choose? You have to choose the ones that are going to add up to equal this bottom number, which is 10 in this example. Okay, because you have all of these options. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 numbers, but only 2 of them are going to go in your diamond. So you have to be able to figure out which 2 of those you're going to pick. Does that make a little more sense?
Yes.
Okay. And so the way that I'm going to pick which numbers to put in is I'm going to add each pair together and see if they add up to this bottom number. And if they do add up, then I'm going to put them in the diamond. And if they don't add up, then I'm going to get rid of them. I don't care about them. Okay, so for this 24 and 1, if I add 24 and 1 together, this is my first pair that I'm working with, 24 and 1. When I add those together, I get 25. Okay, since 25 does not equal 10, then I'm going to get rid of this one. I'm going to cross it out and I'm going to say those two numbers don't matter to me. I don't care about them. Okay. I'm going to try the next one. So my next pair of numbers that I'm going to try are 12 and 2. And when I add those together, 12 plus 2 equals 14. So again, I'm going to check right here. Does 14 equal 10? Do these two numbers match? No, they don't, right? So I don't care about these numbers. I'm going to cross them out. I don't care about 24 and 1. I don't care about 12 and 2. I'm going to keep going down my list of pairs and see which ones do match up. Okay, so my next pair is 8 and 3. When I add 8 and 3 together, I get 11. Okay, 11, this number, does not match up with 10, this number. So again, I'm going to cross it out because I don't care about it because it doesn't equal 10. So I know that that's not the answer. Okay, so I get to my last one, 6 and 4. And when I add those up, 6 plus 4 equals 10. And I'm going to draw a big smiley face, right? Because that's the number that we're looking for. We're looking for 10. Okay, so because we're looking for 10 and we found 10, we're happy. Yay. We're going to put those numbers into our diamond because those are the numbers that equal 10. And those are the numbers that multiply together to equal 24. Okay, so then I can put them, and I put them here, 6 and 4, and I put them in my diamond. How you feeling about that?
I'm feeling good about it.
Okay. Do you want us to go on to the next one and then we can walk through that one and see if that one makes sense too?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And Mar, keep asking those questions because that really helps me because I'm not always the best explainer. So sometimes when I need help explaining and then you can tell me, okay?
It's okay, thank you.
Cool. Okay, so I moved on to our next example of 32 and 18. Okay, so remember that we want two numbers that multiply together to make 32 and that add up to 18. Okay, so the first step that I'm going to do is I'm going to find all the factors of 32. And remember, factors are things that add up or that multiply together to make 32. Okay, so factors of 32.
Can I help you out with this problem so I can get a better understanding?
Yeah. I love that.
So you said factors of 32.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So 1 times 32, I know that's equals 32.
Yep.
I know 4 times 8, that's 32.
Perfect.
It's more of them. That's all I know.
Yeah, there's more of them. There's one more that I'm thinking of. What times 2 is 32?
What times 2?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me draw this out.
Okay. Yeah, take your time.
see the diamonds and stuff like that. Look, I wish you could say like that. But if you attention ain't that way though. Either way, I take the kids to school as usual. It's about the 4 day in a row I took them to school. Thanks so much for the information. But guess what? After you saw this, was prepared me at a birthday party. So she's almost back. I'm gonna say right now she's like 70%. She still eats crackers and soup and jello and pudding, no real food. But the girl actually has some real energy yesterday, as I said before. But and there were time to waste. No, we have the content griddle cakes, our favorite spot.
Do you need a hint, Mar?
No, guys.
Okay, cool.
All right, 16.
Yep,
Is that right?
16. Yeah, that's right. That's awesome. 16 times 2 equals 32. Perfect, perfect. So now we found all of them. Okay.
You need a hint, Mar?
So, can you tell me, Mar, what the next step is going to be to solving this?
All right, can you hear me now? All right.
I can hear you.
So what next step will be see the factor of 18 now?
That's a great question. So we're not going to find the factor of 18. We're going to see which of these pairs add up to 18.
All right.
Okay.
So that would be 8 plus 4.
So 8 plus 4 is what, actually?
Oh, no mind.
8 plus 4 is 12, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna do
And then,
16 plus 2.
Yeah, 16 plus 2, that's 18. 32 plus 1 is 33. Okay, so 16 and 2. And so then what do I do with those two numbers now? Now that I found them.
Do you put in the box?
I put them in the box, yeah.
I mean the Donna.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever. So I'm going to put 16 and 2 in the diamond. And these are my answers.
Okay.
Any questions on that one?
No. I can do the third one by myself, right?
Okay, yeah, do the third one by yourself and then you can walk me through it, okay? So I'll just wait.
Is it 9 and 2? Oh, I'm sorry. Do I have to walk you through it?
Yeah, walk me through it because I haven't solved it yet. I don't know.
All right. So
can you tell me what to do first?
All right. So first, what we do is we find the factors of 18.
Okay.
All right.
Factors of 18. What are they?
All right. So I put 1 times 18 is 18. I put 9 times 2, that's 18. And I put 3 times 6, that's 18. So then I looked at my 9 and I add the addition sign by the multiplication sign. And then I try to find the which one of the factors are equal to 18. So I did 1 plus 18, 9 plus 2, and 3 plus 6. And the closest number was 9 plus 2, which is 11.
Cool. Okay. So there's just one little tiny thing that you're missing right now. So you did the whole right process where you added all of these up. But you see how I wrote this in purple? Do you see that on your screen? So these numbers, the purple numbers, they're supposed to match up with the bottom one, not the top one. Does that make sense?
Wait, huh? Hold on. You said match up with the bottom one, so I had to Oh, okay. Never mind. All right, so it'll be 6 plus 3, which it'll be 6 and 3, right?
Yeah. It'll be 6 and 3.
Okay.
So you did the whole process totally right, but then you just got confused on what numbers were supposed to match up, right? So it's the bottom one, the purple ones that you're trying to match up when you're adding.
Okay.
And then it's the red ones that you are finding the factors.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking at this. What time? All right. So I'm looking at the negatives, right? And it's kind of confusing. So do we have to use a number line for number 4, 5, and 6?
No, we do the same process. So remember when we talked about this the other day? If you multiply 2 negatives, what do you get? A negative or a positive?
You get a positive.
Yep. And if I multiply a negative and a positive, what do I get?
You'll get a negative.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. So that's going to be really helpful to keep in mind when we're solving this one. But the process is still the same. Okay. So what is the first step when we're solving these problems?
We find the factors for negative 36?
Yeah. Okay. So let's do that. And I'm giving myself a lot of space because this list, because it's negative, is going to be longer. Okay. So tell me some of the factors of 36 or of negative 36.
So I know like negative equal plus negative is a positive. So will 32 will be the same as a positive if it was a positive?
Yeah. So I'll give you the first one, and let's start with like the simplest one. So negative 36 times 1 is negative 36. Okay. I can flip it around though and say 36 times negative 1 equals negative 36. Okay. Do you see why this list is going to be longer? It's because every time we have a pair, now we have to make one of them negative. Okay, whereas before, if it was a positive 36, we could just say 36 times 1 equals 36. And since they're both positive, we're done with that one. But since this is negative, we could either have a negative 1 or a negative 36. And those multiplied together would each equal negative 36. Okay. So let me help you out with some of the other factors because this one's kind of weird. So negative 18 times 2 equals negative 36. And then 18 times negative 2 equals negative 36. Let's see. Let's keep going. Negative 12 times 3 equals negative 36. And then 12 times negative 3 equals negative 36. Okay. Next we have negative 9 times 4 equals negative 36. And then we have positive 9 times negative 4 equals negative 36. And then our last ones we have are negative 6 times 6 equals negative 36.
Oh my gosh, you have to put all this on the paper?
What'd you say?
You have to put all of this on the paper. Put all of this on paper.
You don't have to write them all down on your paper. If you were showing your work, yes, you'd want to write them all down on your paper. But I know it's a lot, so that's why but yes, I would write them all down because this is how you show your work on your paper.
Okay.
Okay, so just to be complete, I'm gonna say 6 times negative 6 equals negative 36, even though these two things right here, these two equations, they're exactly the same. Okay, but I'm gonna put them down to be complete. Okay, so now that I've done this, I found all the factors. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna erase this part, this repetitive part that says negative 36. Like I'm gonna erase all of that so that we can do our next step. Okay, what is our next step, Mar, in solving this equation? I'll give you a hint that I'm changing my pen color to purple. So what is our next step?
You add them?
Yeah, you add them together. Good, perfect, perfect. So I'm gonna add them up. So negative 36 plus 1 is negative 35. 36 plus negative 1 is the same thing as 36 minus 1. So that just equals positive 35. Negative 18 plus 2 is negative 16. 18 plus negative 2 is positive 16. Are you following me so far, Mar, on this part?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good with adding the negatives and the positives?
Yes.
Yeah, it takes a little bit more thought, I would say. But, and you can draw out a number line if that's easier for you, or you could use a calculator or whatever. But I'm gonna keep going on them so that we can, yeah.
So the negative first, right? The letter, I mean, well, if the negative, like for example, I could see the negative 18 plus 2, and you put negative 6. So the negative come first, the answer will always be a negative?
That's an interesting question.
Because I see the same thing for negative 2.
Yeah, it's whatever number is greater, is like a larger number, right? That one is going to be negative. So if I wrote it like this, so this is positive 2 plus negative 18. This is going to equal negative 16. Okay, because this is the same thing as 2 minus 18, right? And so you have only 2, right? Here is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, so I'm taking 2, I'm starting here, and I am subtracting all the way to negative 18. Okay, so or negative 16, sorry. Does that make sense? So it's whatever number is the larger number, that's what's going to make it either positive or negative.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So I'm I'm trying to think about how to phrase it a little bit differently. Okay, so if I had this, what is 2 minus 2? 2 minus 2 is 0, right? What about 2 minus 3? 2 minus 3 is -1. Okay, I know that it's -1 and not +1 because this second number that I'm subtracting by is larger than the first number. Okay, because 3 is a larger number than 2, and I'm subtracting the larger number, that means I'm going to get a negative for my answer. Okay, so if I keep going, 2 minus 4 equals -2, right? I know that the answer 2 minus 4 is not going to be +2 because 4, the one that I'm subtracting, is a larger number than 2. Okay, so maybe, and this is making sense, the same thing goes if I flip it around. So 2 minus 4 is actually the same exact thing as -4 plus 2. -4 plus 2 is -2. Okay, Mar, how you feeling? Can you ask another question so that I know if you're getting this or not?
Okay. This is so confusing.
I know negatives are confusing.
It's so confusing. It's so many numbers. All right. Can you repeat? All right. So I'm always up until you got to that part right there. It's kind of confusing me right now.
Okay. So let's just do well, can I draw out a number line for some of these? Is that okay?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna start, well, I'm gonna draw these out first.
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna go, this is -12, -11, -10, -9, -8, 7, -6, -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the one I'm gonna do right now is, I'm gonna highlight it up here. I'm gonna do -12 plus 3. Okay, so I'm gonna start here at -12 and I'm gonna add 3. So I'm just gonna go 1, 2, 3. Okay, and what I get is -9. Did that part make sense, Mar?
Yes. So, okay, are we looking forward on what equals -5?
Yes, that is exactly what we're looking for.
So we have to do all this just to get the number until we get to a number that equals -5.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work for 2 little numbers. But if you practice it, it gets easier. If you practice it, then it comes a lot quicker and you don't have to write every single number out, but that takes a while, right? Just because we're learning it right now, we have to do all the work and we can't be lazy. We have to write it all out first. Okay. So I'm gonna keep going on these. So 12 plus -3 or 12 minus 3 is 9. Okay, -9 plus 4. So I'm gonna do that one right here. I'm going to do it in green. I'm going to start with -9 and I'm going to add 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what I end up with is -5. Okay. Then I can do the opposite. 9 plus -4 is +5. And then these last two are easier. -6 plus 6 is 0. And 6 minus 6 is 0. Okay. So out of all of these numbers, out of all of these pairs of numbers, the factors of 36, which ones add up to -5?
-9 plus 5. I mean 4.
-9 plus, yeah, -9 plus 4. Exactly. So this equals -5. So then what am I going to do with those two numbers? -9 and 4.
You put it in the diamond.
Yep, exactly. -9 and 4. Yeah. Great job. That was a really hard one. That was a really, really, really hard one. And you totally nailed it. How you feeling, Mar? Do you want to do another one? Another one with negatives?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I pick the one though, because
Sure.
I feel like
Yeah.
this one too hard. All right, so the bottom one, it's not number. Oh, it's number 7.
Okay.
-36 and 9. I want to do that one.
Can you tell me the numbers that are on the top and the bottom again?
All right, on the top is -36.
Uh-huh.
And the bottom's 9.
Okay. Wait. Oh, and the bottom's 9? Okay.
Yeah.
+9?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mar. Take me through it. What's our first step?
All right, so our first step is that we gotta find the factor to 36. So you write down -36 times 1, which equals -36. Then you put 36 times -1, and that equals -36. Then you put -18 times -2, and that equals -36. Then you put -12 times 3, that equals -36. Then you put 12 times -3, that equals
Hold on. You did -2 or -18 times 2. And then what's the next one after that?
-12 times 3.
Okay, but you skipped one. You skipped 18 and -2, right?
Oh, I did. Okay, yeah, I did.
Cool. Okay, keep going then. What's the next one? It's -12 and 3. Is that what you said? Okay. What's the next one?
And then it's 12 times -3.
Perfect.
And it is -9 times 4. Then 9 times -4. And then -6 times 6. 6 times -6.
Beautiful. Yes. Nice. Okay.
So next, keep going.
Are there more?
Oh no, I'm just saying we keep going with the problem.
Yeah, keep going.
All right. So then after that, you add the addition sign between all of them. And to see which one. So this time we're going to positive. So that means we gotta see which one goes to the +9.
Perfect.
So that means we have to make a number line.
Yeah.
All right, tell me about the number line real quick.
Tell you about it, or to write one down?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna put 0 on my number line. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm gonna go all the way out to 18. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. So right now I'm just writing all the numbers here, and then I'm going to do them negative 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so I'm going to write all those negative numbers. 5, negative 6, 7, negative 8, negative 9, negative 10, negative 11, 12, negative 13, 14, negative 15, negative 16, negative 17, negative 18. Okay, you see my number line? Are you writing out 1, 2, or are you just looking at mine?
I'm sorry, I had to deal with something.
Okay.
What? I just gave y'all lunch. My bad, hold on. Hello?
Hi.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay. You got a lot of things going on.
Yeah. All right, so we did a number line?
Yeah, we're doing number line, and I wrote one out for us, okay?
Okay.
So I'll give you these first two because I couldn't do them on, I couldn't go that far out on my number line. So I'll do negative 36 plus 1 is negative 35. Okay, I think you can do the rest after those though. Mar, if you're talking to me, I can't hear you. You might be on mute. I don't know if you're talking.
Oh, I'm talking to myself the whole time.
Oh.
All right. So I think which one is more reasonable is negative 9 plus 4. I think that's reasonable,
Okay.
right?
Negative 9 plus 4. So what is negative 9 plus 4? So
That's 0. That's 0, right?
0 is the one in the middle. Here's 0. So I highlighted negative 9. I know the numbers are really small. Here, I can zoom in. So what is it? Negative 9 plus 4?
Yeah.
So negative 9 plus 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4.
So that's negative 5.
Yep, negative 5.
All right, so that's wrong. All right.
So let me ask you a question. What is, so remember that this right here, 12 minus 3 and negative 12 plus 3.
Yes.
So let's do negative 12 plus 3 really quick just to see what it is. So I'm going to highlight it and I'm going to do it in this weird brown color. Okay, 12 plus 3, so 1, 2, 3. So negative 12 plus 3 is negative 9. Okay, is that what we're looking for?
But the 9 supposed to be positive, right?
The 9 is supposed to be positive, right?
Yeah.
So it's not this one. It's which one?
That one, 12 plus negative 3.
Yeah, because remember that 12 plus negative 3 is the same thing as 12 minus 3. And you know what 12 minus 3 is, right? I mean, we could just count down, right? 12, 11, 10, 9. Right, so we found our winner. Okay, so what numbers am I going to put in the box then?
12 and -3.
12 and -3. Now, just to check, to make sure you understand, I put 12 and -3. Could I also have put -12 and 3?
Yeah.
Could I have? Because what do -12 and 3 add up to?
Oh, it's backwards.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it'll be negative. All right. So yeah. No, we would not put -12 plus 3.
Yes. Perfect. So I can only put it's +12 and -3. I cannot do the opposite, right? Because that's gonna mess everything up. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. All right, we got 5 minutes. Maya, I never got to you, but I really do want to help you with your English. Maybe Mar, can you work on these, and then you can text me if you have a question on one of them, and then Maya can jump on just for a couple minutes, and we can maybe talk about English. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, I think cool. Just just text me if you have questions.
All right.
All right, bye, Mar. Great job. All right, Maya, call in if you're ready. Call in if you're ready, and we will answer some English questions if we can. No guarantees.
Yeah, that was good though. Like that was really good.
Yeah, that was great. We got through a lot. We learned a lot.
Yeah, y'all got to do a whole lot. And Mom, kudos to you because like for you to be able to pick that up and to spit it back out, like that was cool.
Let's see. And you were saying Maya, she's gonna submit one of her poems.
Hey.
Yeah. Cool. Hi Maya, how you doing?
Hey Maya.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. What are you working on? You're working on English today. What can we help you with?
I am. Well, she got us writing these journals, and it's on Sonny's Blues, a story by James Baldwin.
Okay. Okay. So what is your question? In the beginning, the narrator, oh, okay, wait. Oh, this is your journal. You're writing this journal entry. Maya, you're going crazy right now. What is happening?
She on mute, Maya, baby girl. You on mute. We can't hear you if you're talking.
Oops. I went to show you the book cover and the video started playing by itself. Like I was like, who told you to play? Anyway, I be having trouble how to end my paragraphs and how to analyze the text because this particular book is back from somewhere in the 80s and I don't be knowing half the stuff they be saying. So then I have to stop, pause, read the actual PDF to understand what they trying to say. And then it just had me confused because when I try to analyze it and be like, what am I talking about?
Yeah, that's a tough one. And what's the name of the book called?
Sonny's Blues.
Sonny's Blues?
Yeah, Sony, whatever.
Never heard of it.
I don't know if I can make it. There you go. A little like that.
Oh, Sonny's Blues, like Sonny is a person. Okay. Let's see. I've never heard of this, but
so
what is the
sorry, I should let you talk. What you say?
No. I was just gonna say, and what are you supposed to be writing the journal entry about?
Like for page, hold on, let me look at it. Sorry, it's a mess. For the first one, you're supposed to be reading pages 1 through 5, and then writing. The first paragraph is supposed to be about a summary of what you read, and then the second paragraph can be about how you took the book, like what was your reaction to it, or it could be a second summary, but you have to have your own quote and analysis on what the quote was about and how it compares to your personal opinion. And then you gotta ask 2 questions.
Okay.
So my problems is how to end the thing, how to say my analysis after I pick the quote, because that's the parts that I struggle with.
Okay. So since I've never read the book, I don't know, like, and your quote isn't really going to mean anything to me, but I can tell you a general guideline of how to do this. So
I can read
once you
what
write,
I wrote so far if you would like.
yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I said, in the beginning, the narrator was just reading the newspaper before teaching his class. While reading the newspaper, the narrator finds out that his brother has been arrested for doing drugs. This new news shocks the narrator and makes it hard for him to teach his class. He teaches his class and then finds out he was holding his breath the whole time. Afterwards, he listens to the children outside talk to each other and realizes that that's the same cycle of him and his brother, how they was talking when they were children. And so I didn't write the rest yet, but the rest of it is just how he walked out of the school and past the boys, and then he see an old friend who come to tell him about the news, but he already know the news. The old friend kind of blames the friend for getting the brother on drugs, and every time he see the friend trying to beg him for money, and so he just trying to talk to him, get him away while he go down to the subway. So the man can't give him the subway because he don't got no money. So he just gave him $5 to get there, and then they talking about the brother and how it happened. So that's what just basically happened in the first pages 1 through 5.
Okay. So without thinking about the assignment at all, like, how do you feel about that? Does that make you think of anything in particular?
It kind of connects back to another book that we had read early in the year. It's just based on like toxic relationships and how somebody can improve themselves, because she gave us a guideline on the book, and she had an anticipation guide to ask us questions that related to the book before we read it. So my kind of guess was that the person was on drugs, and then he wanted to become a blues or jazz musician, and that's how he improved his life. So this book is kind of playing into how I thought it was going to be in the first place.
Okay. What you just said is exactly what you need to write in that second paragraph. Okay. So basically the second paragraph is just asking you to think a little bit deeper instead of just summarizing it like you did. You gave a great summary, by the way. Like, I feel like I read those first 5 pages. What you need to do is just talk about how you feel and what that makes you think of in that second paragraph. Okay. And you did that. You just summarized it to me. So if you write that down and maybe add a couple more details, you're good to go on that second paragraph. Okay. And then for the 2 questions that you have to ask, think about, like you said that she gave you an anticipation guide, right? So maybe think about like what you think is going to happen in the next parts of the book and ask some questions surrounding what you think is going to happen.
Okay.
Does that sound okay? Yeah, no problem.
Because my head wasn't playing that same game. Like, in my head,
Yeah,
I was just like, all my analysis, the way she graded them, be like, she'd be like, oh, you could do better. It was weak, but you never told me how I can do better. Or like I asked her, how can you help me try to analyze? She was like, just think on what the book means. I'm like, what?
And you're like, that could mean 100 different things. Yeah, that's not specific directions enough. Yeah. So start with that, and then yeah, text me if you have questions or if you want me to read it over. I can read it over and then give some suggestions on how to maybe expand if you need to. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, Maya. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Bye, Maya.
Oh man, they worked you today, Miss Kaitlyn.
Yeah, that was awesome.
They
That was so
worked
good.
you today. We passed the time and everything.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much. So you got just like a minute or two just to do a brief overview of what you want to do with Philanthropy Tank and who should be contacting you.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, so basically what's going to happen, there's an application. So like I said, there's this pot of money that you can apply to do a project that's going to improve Baltimore in some way. So you can either work by yourself or you can work in a group. And I know it's harder to work in groups because we are all virtual right now, but you can still do it. We'll make it happen. So you can work by yourself or you can work in groups, and you have to have a project that's going to improve Baltimore. The application is due in June. We're going to start working on it as soon as we can. What the application looks like is basically you describe your project, and then you have to make a short, like a 1-minute video that describes what your project is and how you're going to do it. Okay. So if you're interested in this, you can contact me. You can also contact Miss Joni or Miss Chanel, because they're sort of helping out organizing this. And it should really, really be people who are going to be serious about this, because we're going to meet regularly. And if you're not serious about it, if you're going to just show up to one and then never come again, this project is not for you. But if you're actually serious and you have an idea, or you want to, work with a group, maybe you don't have an idea yet, but you're like, I think I want to be involved in this. That's great. But only if you're going to be serious about it. Okay. So I can't emphasize that enough. So that's all I got.
Thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn. So we're gonna work on rounding the kids up and sending them your way.
Yeah.
Committed, cut, and cut.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn.
All right. Bye, Miss Joni. You have a good weekend.
Monday, right?
Yep.
Monday. All right. Thank you.
See ya.
All right, y'all. So we are wrapping up another great day of our success sessions, another great week of our success sessions. If you missed it, then man, you missed it. So that's it for the day. That's it for the week. Enjoy your weekends. Still find ways to be productive. And with that, man, I'll see y'all on Monday. Well, you know what? For the people who are joining me for Focus Friday, tonight on Instagram, I'll see y'all at 7 to 7:30 on Instagram for Focus Friday. And everybody else, I'll catch you on Monday at 10 o'clock. All right.